Okay, so we choose light because it's better for some of the early bosses. You get really good damage on for the light element because light and dark are opposed elements, and so you pick the light element because it's better against the early bosses. You pick the girl because apparently, according to some Japanese strategy wiki, which is the only information found for this game, the girl has higher magic stat growth, so you'll deal more damage with your magic, which should be better. All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and pick a name here. Yeah, no names. I'm not seeing any names, so I'm just gonna go with whatever. Really. And I'm just gonna pretend as if I didn't start naming them something else. That's not quite right. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. And you see, these two like each other. The fire and water, they like each other. So really, it's like they're really soulmates. You see, if you see what I'm saying. Perfect. Okay, so when I click OK, that's when it's time begins on OK. I think I have to confirm here. Or no, I don't. There you go. Time. Start time. Alright, so this is our school. We're currently magic students. Unfortunately, text cannot be set to fast, or fortunately, so you should be able to read most of what the characters are saying. Alright, thank you for the luck, Selmus. I will probably need it. Lord, my cables. Alright, so I can progress text with L or R, or I can do it by tapping the screen. So this game is pretty easy to play one-handed, so for all you one-handed people out there, here's a game for you. Hot-headed, really. Cool and sometimes a little aloof, really. Of course. Ah yes, good old Bubba. Who could forget? Who could forget Bubba? The willful pasta. Rocky, of course. And here's us. G Money. All right, so yeah, they're eavesdropping here, but basically, this guy called Kale is causing trouble in our solar system. So our teacher, Miss Madeline, who actually taught Kale, has to go, you know, tell him to cool it. So she's gonna go ahead and disappear for a while. Well, soon. She's gonna give us a tutorial first, but then she's gonna go ahead and disappear for 3 months or something. And then we're gonna start our adventure to get our teacher back. You know how it is. Teacher gone? Blast off into space. Easy solution. Who's gonna stop you? The teacher? He's gone. Yes, and apparently all the rest of the students in the class suck and are garbage because they don't get to have the special lesson from Miss Madeline. So that's how you know we're the cream of the crop. Alright, so she's just going to give us a tutorial battle here. Magic item card recall. Just a few battles against these target dummies, basically. Oh, and that's right. Touch controls are all that work in fights. Okay, so here's a mechanic you don't actually get told in the instruction manual or anywhere in the game. So I just skipped the animation for that. Magic. You can hold L to skip the animations for magic, which a lot of magic has like fairly long animations, so it's probably a good idea to skip most of the animations. I'm likely gonna forget to do that a lot of the time, but you know, don't worry too much about that. Just pretend it didn't happen. Yeah, so you can like repeat commands, use items, cast magic, physical attacks, defend. There are 2 rows. People in the back row take less damage from physical attacks. You know how it is. Pretty typical system for the most part, but the magic has some cool timing with it. The timing system. So when you skip the animation for a magic, you can't time it, right? But if you don't skip the animation, you have the opportunity to time your magic. And you do more damage for doing that. So it's basically like a timed hit system. So I'm basically just playing Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga right now. I mean, you know, it's practically the same game, really. It's even on a Nintendo handheld. Right, so here's the relationships between magic. So weaknesses, like Fire Emblem or whatever, a weapon triangle, rock, paper, scissors. Well, I forgot to skip the magic, so there I'll give you a look at what magic looks like when you time it. Forgot to skip the animation already. But you do a lot more damage because that guy's fire element, and you're tagging with the water element character. So here's another mechanic, is this star chart. He's explaining it here, but essentially there's a planet for each element, and yeah, night and day. So when your planet is in alignment into its own special zone, you'll become empowered and you deal like triple damage or something, which is pretty insane. Alright, so is this the actual battle? Right, so I think it's untimed spells. Yes, okay, so it should be all untimed spells, and then I want to time my last 2 spells. This ain't looking so good, actually. This damage is not what I'm liking. Yeah, so we'll just time these, and you can see I'm doing a lot of damage. And untimed, I'd probably be dealing around 100, maybe more, because currently my main character is empowered, but it's hard to say. Alright, so that should be the end of the tutorial. Yeah. And now Miss Madeline is going to abandon us for the stars. But don't worry about that. What could possibly go wrong? Principal Biscotti. Oh yeah, so there's like there's a food theme for a lot of the characters in this game. Particularly a lot of Indian food, actually. If I remember right, lots of spices are used for names for characters in this game. If you're a foodie, you might notice, or you might recognize some of the names. Certainly not for any of our characters anymore, but don't worry about that, because these names are much better. Of course. Yeah, Rocky just went psycho saying she was gonna take on the champ. Some kind of crazy montage started playing behind her. Alright, so now we're gonna go try and find the rocket ourselves. Because there is in fact a rocket hidden in this school. In fact, there's 6 rockets hidden in this school. And there's just so happens to be 6 of us as well. And I talked to her from the wrong angle. Alright, I want to talk to her from the lower right so that the robot has least amount of space to move. Do I want to climb the wall? Yes, Smiley. Now, most of the characters in this game already talk somewhat slow. But this guy, alright, this guy, man, he talks the slowest. And I'm not sure why. Probably because it's supposed to be real epic or something. But personally, I would prefer it if he would hurry up a little bit. I don't got time for this. I gotta go fly into space. Come on. Yes. Didn't even read what he said, but I said yes anyway. If you seek to pass, show me the money. Well, I have the perfect name for this. I'm gonna casually blind my 2 friends here. This will open the door. This is on the Nintendo DS. I'm actually playing it on a 3DS right now, which theoretically should improve load times, but I don't really think it does. But yeah, it was originally on the DS. Up the ladder we go. And oh, what a surprise! Who could have known? Pointy pod things, indeed. It just so happens that good old Rocky Balboa found her way to the top of the tower before everyone else, and now she's taken off. What, your roof doesn't have a rocket launch pad on it? Huh. Alright, so here the rocket takes off. You know, shooting huge amounts of fire onto the launch pad where everyone is standing. And now we're all dead. So for the rest of the game... No, just kidding. We're okay. Of course I want to go inside the rocket. Come on. Who do you think I am? I'm G Money. Pull the lever. Giga boosters, giga blasting. Perfect. And the principal is all, Potter, what have you done? Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? But he's too late. We're already on our way. Now, of course, I, as an accomplished pilot of spaceships, you know, I fly perfectly. Unfortunately, Rocky is not so experienced in this arena, so she's gonna go ahead and fly into several asteroids out here, and maybe not have such a good time. All right, we're going to Erd. And we're dead. Rip. Oh, never mind. Alright, so I think it's to the right. Yep. Alright, we're gonna pick up some water. And give it to our dead friend over here. And bring her back to life. Easy. I could heal here by talking to the rocket, but why do that? Because I'm already at full health. So we'll go up north here. Wind too powerful? Just turn it off, Smiley. Horrible storms? Tornadoes? Just turn it off. No problem. Easy. What could possibly go wrong? Oh. Oh no. Guess I shouldn't have shut the wind off. No, but this guy's really easy. Alright, so 5 untimed spells, and then I time the last spell, and that should take care of him. Now I can try and block this. Ah, that was pretty good. Usually I don't actually hit the block for that. I'm pretty bad at blocking in this game, to be honest. I don't know the timings for a lot of attacks. But I'll try my best. There are a few bosses that it can be difficult, but saving is allowed in this game. So, not that that would stop me from saving if it wasn't allowed, but I am gonna save before a lot of more tricky parts, just to be sure I don't screw them up. Alright, so in the front row, if you cast magic, it'll hit a single target. But in the back row, like this was explained in the tutorial, but if you're in the back row and you cast magic, it hits everything. So we are going to move Rocky into the back row. Suppose I shouldn't save yet. Yes. Yes. A little freaked out? Don't worry about it. No problem. Intruders detected? Whatever. Come on. No problem. Don't worry about it. We're not intruders. We're just... you know... visitors. Alright, these guys are not too good. Though... so they die in a single timed attack. And there we go, we got him. It's important you have Lassie in the back row there, or you're going to have to waste a whole bunch of time killing each one individually. I would definitely say this game is worth the play. It's not... I don't think it's very expensive to pick up either, so if you have a DS, it's definitely worth playing. You can even play it on PC. No, Smiley, we can't go back. You can... play it on PC on emulator. It's not too hard to do, but again, I would always promote original hardware because I'm just that kind of idiot. Yes. Yes, let's just steal this rocket. Don't worry about it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, they knew. Turns out they knew. Rip. And we're dead for the rest of the game. For the rest of the game we play as these same characters, but now we're in prison. Oh, you know. A lot. Okay, so we're going to use light magic. This is going to stun the robot. He's going to be like, oh, what's that? Such a nice shiny light. And then he's going to neck himself. Right into the pit. Well, rip him. Smoking. So we want to pick up this chest. It's gonna have some sugar stars, or a single sugar star. That's gonna be a currency that we're gonna use for setting up warp points in this game. So that'll be pretty good. But not yet. Alright, rescue my buddy here. Alright, now there's basically no risk here, but I'm gonna save anyway. Because, God forbid something go wrong. Turns out the robot wasn't as dead as we thought it was. So he's gonna come attack us. That ain't good. But he's actually pretty easy. All we have to do is use untimed spells, so that's not too bad. He's only got 700 HP, so 7 untimed spells, or maybe slightly less. I'm gonna try and block. Didn't do it. I don't know how to block that move. It's not really dangerous either. The real dangerous move is the missile move. Yeah, this one. This can actually kill you, potentially, if it does enough damage. But usually it doesn't do enough damage, so... And I actually don't think it can kill you in this fight. Okay, it didn't block anything. Perfect. Alright, get a level up. That's right, nobody messes with money. Nobody messes with G-money. Okay, so I want to walk down these stairs. Because you can pick up these worms as long as you aren't running. If you run, they'll hide in their wormholes, so we don't want that to happen. So we're going to pick up some worms here. And... I believe I talked to this guy. Yeah. So we're setting up our first war point. And just like that, it's all taken care of. Perfect. Hole in the ground? Of course I want to jump into it. What do you think this is? Yes, we did in fact break out of the prison. We are escaped criminals. Spiny moles. Yes, of course. Spiny moles, yes. Now what am I doing here? Am I... Yeah, okay, that's right. So I'm sleeping at the inn here. I'm gonna sleep at the inn, sleep my life away. Because I want to get... Which planet is it? I think the wind planet. Yeah, I want to get the wind planet into alignment. So every time you rest at an inn, it's gonna move the alignment of the planets a little bit. Unfortunately, there's no faster way to get the wind planet into alignment yet. There will eventually be a faster way to do it, but for now, all I can do is rest at the inn until the wind planet is about where I want it to be. So we're going to do it about 5 times. Oops. I said we're going to do it 5 times. Yes, I'd like to rest at the inn. That's 3. You can see the wind planet there is in the wood planet zone, so it's almost aligned. On the Super Nintendo, you say? I only know the one that's on the GBA. There's a JP only GBA prequel to this with no story connection. Same setting, I think. All right, there you go. The wind planet is almost aligned. So that's good. Enough for now. It'll probably be in alignment by the time we need it. So now we're going to talk to the king. Salutations, my dear friends. King Gorgonzola. No doubt we are in fact the heroes of prophecy. Come to save them in the doomy times. It speaks well of such great heroes that they don't even know their own significance. So humble. In the Doomy Times. Of course, of course. What excellent books begin with In the Doomy Times. Will you accept our request? Yes. Don't worry about it, Rocky. We got this. We got this by the ass. Thank you, oh shorter of the two heroes. Alright, so we're gonna help these guys out with their ant problem. You know, they left a few donuts on the floor a few too many times and ants came in. Alright, so we're gonna go down here. See if we pick up a couple extra frogs for free. And you can use wind magic around these pots to get some free sugar stars, which we'll need for setting up more shortcuts later. I think you can get a maximum of 5 per pot, maybe? Not guaranteed, though. Okay, so... see if I can... oh, I'm not going to be able to get those worms. Okay. We'll just continue on. So this is now the dungeon, I believe. Let's see, north, and I want to pick up a chest that contains a thunder bomb. I'll need that later. This is a mage type. So he's weak to physical attacks. There's 2 types of ants, a mage type and a warrior type. We would prefer to get the warrior type because they're weak to magic, but it's fine. This should be this chest. Yeah, thunder bomb. And we'll pick up this tail here, which is this tail is essentially a it's called a wakey tail. It's essentially a Phoenix Down type item. Okay, so we'll pick up the wakey tail and go on to the boss here. The Ant Queen. Ooh, she been packing on the pounds. She thick. We're gonna go ahead and take care of that. Hey, I got the block. Oh, nice. Alright, so timed wind spell. Do massive damage because she's earth element. So we do a ton of damage for this stage of the game anyway. We use that thunder bomb we just picked up, which does some wind damage. Well, it must be the other guys are strong against magic? That doesn't make sense. Could have sworn it was the other way around, but maybe I'm... oh, no, that is physical damage. Never mind. I'm confusing myself. Yeah, we're just gonna take care of that there. And we take care of him with an untimed light spell. And there we go. Ant problem solved. So here we get the Diggy Claws, which is a legendary treasure for the mole people. And it's actually faster to use the teleport point to get out of here than it is to walk back out. So we'll just teleport out. And jump back in. Talk to the king. And there you go. Talk to king to dig hole. Chest post cutscene. Chest sugar star. Right. Heroes talked of in the Book of Light. Of course. Yeah, so basically we are going to go back and hotwire that rocket. It's going to take a little bit of effort to get that done, but we won't be daunted. That is in fact how you use that word. Alright, so that treasure is actually valuable, so we need to pick that up. Oh, there's Mr. Oh, the king's back. Oh, hey, Razor Flame Coon. That is the next runner who's going to be coming after my run. So Slippy Oil is an item that allows you to increase drop rates, some equipment, and I didn't mean to talk to Blarney. There we go, got some hair clips as well. More equipment. Just a mere 10 hours. A pittance, frankly. Alright, so we'll get some more sugar stars here. I say we're gonna get some more sugar stars here. See if I can get some more worms here, and one of them was foolish enough to not retreat, so yes, I can get a worm here. Get $100. Oh yeah, these guys, they may seem incompetent, but they're actually really nice guys, and they give you some really good items. Yeah, I also hope I finally get underestimate. I should have a good chance at it with this game, but somehow I've managed to go overestimate every single time. So, boys, I hope you are looking at... I hope I don't do a bad job this time, because it would be nice to actually come underestimate in a marathon for once in my goddamn life. Jesus. Alright, we'll make another warp point here. We'll be using this later in the game. And just like that, it's all taken care of. Easy. Alright, we want to go to into this cave. We are actually going to power up the ruins so that we can enter it. Alright, thank you for the luck. I always need more luck. I can always use more. Well, you say there's no wind. Rocky. But just turn the wind on, Smiley. That makes sense, right? Just turn the wind on, Smiley. No problems. Looks like more of a carnival ride, to be honest, but don't worry about that. Okay, so I am going to equip my characters with some items now. I think it's... is this? No, I do not have that. Okay, it's an accessory hair clip. And some shoes. And... I think it's just the hair clip? No, just the shoes. And we're gonna move Lassie to the back row. Oops. And we'll take that warp point. There you go. I didn't actually know that this studio worked on Mario 3D Land. That was actually not a bad game. I think. It's the one I'm thinking of. Right, we moved Lassie to the back row because you can just take care of these robots by using some untimed wind spells. Makes it really easy and quick to get through those battles. Because there's going to be more than one of them. Probably should have healed at the pot. Not gonna lie. I might have made a poor decision, but we'll roll with it. No problems. Oh, I can heal here. There you go. I think it heals... yeah, magical healing. So I think it heals MP and HP. Well, that should be fine, actually. No danger here. Okay, so... inside these ruins, there's going to be some robots that are wandering around. If you touch one, you get into combat with it. So we ideally do not want to touch any of the robots. Do not touch robots. Not a good idea. And there's also an awkward part here where you can get punched southeast and then directly south right. So hopefully nothing goes wrong here. But you know how it is. Things go wrong all the time. Pray he doesn't punch me here. That would just be the big suck. Well, apparently he didn't know what... he didn't even know. He didn't even know. Easy, apparently. And let's just go ahead and save again, because this boss can kill you. Hopefully he won't, though. But you can time, if you time all spells, you get some more damage here. I think I should have moved Lassie to the front row, actually. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to move her to the front row. That's okay. We'll just move her to the front row here. It doesn't... I don't think it's going to change whether or not I have trouble with this boss or not. This guy is 1500 HP. So, I'm gonna hope he doesn't absolutely murder us. We do have a couple gummy frogs that I picked up, and I'm not doing. It's not going so well. Not gonna lie. This is looking pretty bad. I'm probably gonna die here because I forgot to put her in the front row. Mistakes have been made. Level 3 lock-on. Okay, that's an empty turn. That's good. Oh no. That's not good at all. So all 3 lock-ons are on Lassie, or Rocky rather, which is not a good, that's not good. I think I'll just heal myself. So this is going to do big damage to Lassie. I'm going to try and block it. And I failed. That's beautiful right there. That's what we call being bad. He's getting close. And I just lost power on Lassie. So it's actually okay. That was what? 3 attacks by Lassie. So that's 3 times 3, 9, plus 2 is 11 plus some change, so probably 12. I'm gonna say he's taken about 1200 damage, somewhere around there. Okay, we're good. Barely managed to survive. It was a good thing I picked up those frogs. Alright, that's the first real difficult boss. That's not entirely super difficult, but... I mean, you can die. So... you don't want to be doing that. Not sure what you mean by is everything holding up, but I mean, I'm not watching the stream myself. Everything seems to be working fine. Yeah, everything should be okay. Alright, so we're gonna blast off into space. Unfortunately, we have no idea how to control this rocket, so we're just gonna go ahead and crash land on the water planet, which is currently frozen. But another one of our friends is on this planet, so we'll be collecting that guy pretty soon. Oh yeah, just that's not looking so good. Yeah, just fine. We'll just buff out the scratches. Don't worry about it, you know. Ignore that massive hole in the side. Just don't worry about it. It'll buff out. Alright, so you use wind magic to create a pathway to the shore. I'm actually going to go back into the ship and heal up at the robot inside the ship because I think Lassie is, or rather Rocky, is at literally 2 HP or something, so That's probably not a very good situation to be in, not gonna lie. Yeah, let's just oops. Let's just heal up. Yes, I would like to heal up. Alright, so we'll head into town. So currently we actually do want to take encounters. I'm also going to make another war point here. I want to take some encounters because we need to get some levels for the next boss. So we are going to take encounters. And just like that, it's all taken care of. Another war point. You can't pick up these frogs because they're frozen. Unfortunately. I would like to pick up some more frogs, but I can't do that right now. These enemies are strong against magical attack, so you want to kick him in the face. Damn. And I believe these enemies can actually give you the sick status, which means you can't cast magic, which is pretty annoying. But I think it falls off if you go to an inn, so it's not too bad. Alright, good. Can't remember what level we're looking for here. I think it's 7. The level we're looking to get to is level 7, so... should be able to get there in somewhat short order. Well, actually, most of the levels we'll get will be from some encounters in a dungeon later. And he's dead. Oh, Bubba. Poor Bubba. Poor unfortunate Bubba. He's been decapitated. And no, I'm not joking. He's literally been decapitated. I did not say guard, I meant to do the same thing as before. Cool. But she's not looking so good, actually. I can take one more sneezing fit. Ooh, nice miss. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll just buff that neck right out. Don't worry. He never even had a head at all to begin with. Don't worry about it. Okay, so I'm gonna go east here and create another warp point. I will be using this way later in the game. And actually, pretty soon too, but very significant for later. Alright, just like that. It's all taken care of. Dwarf hut. Whoops. Actually, I want to talk to one of the dwarves in here. And then we get a cutscene here. We're gonna go into this guy's house, and it turns out that he has he's gone ahead and decapitated our friend here. What's in the box? It was Bubba's head. Don't you dare touch that furnace. Oh, whoops. Come on now. It's like, oh yeah, if it's yours, how come it doesn't have your name written on it? And then it like literally has his name written on it. Yes, the garage sale where he decapitated him, and of course, where you find all severed heads. I mean, what, you don't have a severed head? Come on. Everyone has one of those things. Yes, the dog. We're gonna have to go demolish that dog soon enough. We're gonna want to do some shopping first. So. We gotta get some more. We need to get some more equipment, you know. Gotta get some new clothes. Can't be fighting without some better fashion. Come on. I have it on good authority that this dog is in fact not a good boy. Okay, so I want to get some 2 straw hats, baobab wrist, and rubber shoes. I think that's it, actually. Yeah. Okay, we'll equip some things here. Straw hat, baobab wrist, and straw hat, rubber shoe. All right. Well, of course. It's getting cold out here, you know. It's so cold that the planet is literally frozen, so, I mean, you know, now's the time to invest in a new shirt. Except I didn't even buy a shirt, I bought a hat. But don't worry about that. Oh, no. I have made great mistake. Well, hopefully this doesn't... Nothing bad happens as a result of what I've just done here. I'm gonna time these because, you know, maybe get some extra damage. Yeah. Don't do it. He didn't do it. You see, I have made a terrible mistake, and I forgot to heal Lassie, so she is beyond dead by now. So we'll just heal her up after this fight. No problems, easy. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. So this is not a difficult fight. You gotta fight the dog. Pretty easy. Pretty much no risk of dying here. So... fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't even need that HP. I mean, you know, the only point of HP that matters is the last. Come on. All right. Evil monster looking at you? Just blow him away. Easy. Just blow him away. Just turn off the monster. There's no problem. Alright, time to demolish the dog. Ow. That was a lot more damage than I thought was gonna happen. He's blind. Yeah, that's a big yikes. Luckily I have one more green frog. I don't have a... Oh, because I healed, that's right. Got 600 HP, so it won't take forever, but it is going to take a little while. And when he does this, no point in wasting mana. You can't do very much damage to him when he's in the shell. Taking his sweet time getting out of there, though. Oops. And there he goes. Alright, good stuff. Demolished the dog. We'll get back all the stuff that he stole. He has a bunch of excuses, but we don't want to listen to those excuses, so we're just going to take the stuff back. Okay, and that we can warp back to town. Should be able to just get my friend's head back. I don't know if I trust this guy to actually return all the stolen goods, seeing as how he went ahead and decapitated my friend. But anyway, we'll just put some super glue and elbow grease back on here, and there you go, good as new. It's like he never even lost his head at all. Come on, easy, good stuff. He's fine. This guy. Bubba. What the heck? Yes, we'll show him the rocket. I believe it does not actually allow me to walk, or it doesn't allow me to warp back to town from here. You have to walk back to town because of a story-related event. But that's fine. Because we need the levels anyway. And this is actually something I forgot, but yeah, I should use his flip over gummy frogs thing a little more often. Sometimes they are kind of difficult to catch. Okay, so I need to hit level 8 before the boss. So I do want a few more encounters. I'm already level 5, so hopefully things will work out. Now, Bubba is really slow, so he's gonna go probably last here. Oh no. Wow, he actually still gets to go before these guys. These guys must be really slow. I just remember his agi being extremely low. His MP is very low, which is unfortunate. It's hard to use him to cast earth spells, which is what you actually need him for, since he's our earth element guy. But, you know, whatever. It'll work out. He does end up getting more MP later, but for the whole game, he's gonna have the least MP, which is gonna make him pretty not great, because physical damage is not very good in this game, and magic is where you get your real damage from. So he's probably not a very good character. He's pretty good for tanking damage because he has a very high HP value, but I mean, just because he's good at taking damage doesn't really make him a very good character. I mean, you can get around that in other ways. So this is you know, not to insult Bubba, but he sucks. But we'll still get good use out of him. I mean, if anything, at the very least, he's an extra turn in combat, so whatever. Alright, so this suspicious character will eventually become a villain later. Oops, I said no. I mean, I said yes. I have made a great mistake. I meant to say no. Well, it doesn't matter. Ultimately unimportant. Turns out he doesn't talk to you for that long. But if you say no, he does say less text. And I said yes by accident. So, whoops. So we get a free pair of rubber boots. We are going to want to talk to this guy. And then we'll talk to his brother and get some free long johns, which is some good pants, you know. That'll be good because they actually give some good defense. Unfortunately, they make you slower, but it's whatever. This game is an RPG for the Nintendo DS. Magical Starsign. Yes. Alright, some long johns. Okay, so we're gonna want to equip some things here. Some long johns, rubber shoes. And remove... Oops, remove baobab wrist. Straw hat, baobab wrist, and shoe. And I believe lassie to back row, yes. And we'll rest at the inn. And so what we're doing here is we're trying to get Earth into alignment, since Earth is strong against water. So we're going to try and get Earth into alignment. We don't really want it actually in alignment, we want it close to alignment, because if we actually get it into alignment, then it'll probably fall out of alignment by the time we hit the boss, so... well, it's somewhat close to entering alignment. Let me check my star chart. I'll rest one more time. This is probably a terrible idea, but we'll do it anyway. Okay, there, it's very close to entering alignment. There we go. I talked about alignment at the beginning of the game. But I can go over it again. So basically, the planets each are aligned with a certain element, and your characters also have a certain element. When the planet is in its aligned zone, the character who is that element gets a boost to their magic power. So they deal way more damage. And so we want that planets to be in alignment for our characters. And sometimes we want them to be out of alignment so that enemies don't get bonuses. Right now we can only control alignment by resting at inns, but we will get a spell later that allows us to change alignment in battle. So go ahead and open up this dragon head with earth magic. Alright, so inside of this dungeon, we're going to want to avoid encounters with fly enemies that look like green flies. And take pretty much all the other encounters, because we really need the XP. Again, we want to get to level 8 before the boss. Alright, so most of the enemies in here are going to be frozen. They're not worth killing when they're frozen. Whoops. So we're just going to run. You can also easily get away from them when they're... I believe it is just a stat amount, but... yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just stats. Because I don't think you get your level 2... I don't think you get your level 2 magic until later in the game. Okay, so if you get a chance, look at the names of all of these otters, because they have some pretty funny names. Each one has a pretty funny name. Wow, at least they're all puns. So we're gonna want to do some timed spells on these otters. This does a lot of damage. Does it now? Well, I have my audio plugged into line in on my computer, so I don't get to hear the music. But I wouldn't be surprised if some of the music does sound a little similar. Unclean Eugene, here to stop me. I actually really like the pirate battle theme. One of my personal favorites in this game. Almost missed the timing. Well, it's pretty hard to miss timing on level 1 spells, but it'll become harder and harder. The higher level spells have much tighter timing. Okay, so here this has a dog in it and a fly. So I don't want to take this encounter because it has a fly in it. So don't eat the yellow snow, don't fight the yellow monsters, if you see what I am saying. But we definitely don't feel like fighting this encounter because... Oh, dog. Escape failed. That ain't good, boys. Oh, no. That is really unlucky. Okay, that's, I guess, best case scenario. I mean, I guess I can take this encounter since I failed to run every time. I'll just do a bunch of timed stuff. Generally, you don't want to take encounters with these fly enemies because they deal... Well, they don't really deal a lot of damage, but it's more that... Oh my god, the damage is actually quite high. It's more that these enemies are kind of... Nice timing. Well, I guess I can get rid of the damn dog. Yeah, these enemies, the fly enemies, have a lot of HP, which makes, and they're hard to deal damage to, which makes them not super ideal for fighting against. Yeah, they're pretty annoying, so... Hopefully, you know, don't have too many encounters with these guys. Yeah, I am not having a good time here. How am I missing? I must be touching the wrong part of this touchscreen. Oh god. That's his super effective weakness. Alright, so now all we got left is this guy. And there's not really much I can do here. I have one green frog left, and I am going to use it to heal the main character. There will be a shop coming up in the middle of this dungeon where I can get some more... healing items, but unfortunately... Yeah, so that was a really long fight, and it was not good either. Didn't really get us a lot of XP, so Rather unfortunate, but not much I can do about that. Yeah, the flies do kind of look like they are from Superstar Saga. Okay, we'll try and escape again. These battles are really annoying because of the thaw animation being so long. Like, okay, I just don't get it. How can one man be so unlucky? Find out on this week's edition of Magical Starsign. So the red otters are slightly more powerful than the blue otters, but they're not really much more of a threat. They're actually empowered too, so that's not good. Although it doesn't really matter. Well, hey, Bubba leveled up, but that's not actually useful. Because the one we want to get to level 8 is the main character. But whatever, that's fine. Alright, so this is one of 2 grinding sessions we're gonna have to do in this game. Or no, 3 maybe? But the other one's like... Most of the grinding sessions that we have to do in this game are super short. Except for one of them, which comes at the very end of the game, which is very long. So we just need to grind up to level 8. Interesting. Extremely poor luck, but... again, what did I expect? I would like a level up on my characters that I actually need the level up on, but... okay. Oh my god, dude, really? On tile that I reach the shop. That's when I get an encounter. That's some real bad luck right there. Oh no, this ain't good. This enemy can really be bad for me if I don't take care of it. Please, Maka, go first. No! No! Me fight money! Oh, my HP. And no one is dead though, so still okay. Alright, I feared for my life, but we're okay. Don't do that. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. I'd like 20 green frogs, please. More than that, actually. And a few yellow worms. Probably like 2. And now I can finally restore my HP. Alright, good. Crisis averted. Get a fridge cap. And equip it to the robot. Gives him plus IQ, which is basically the magic stat of this game. Could be some more otters around here somewhere. Okay, no bugs, so we'll take this encounter. Got these green kind of moss looking guys. I want to take care of the dog first, because if I don't take care of the dog, it'll heal the rest of the enemies. So I think I can just, yeah. Whoops. Alright, what level am I? Is this level 6 or 7? Level 7. Okay, that's good. So level 7, we only got one more level to go. So we only need to grind for one level before the boss. No Teeth Tim and Total Trevor. Ooh boy. There's also Lassie, or rather Rocky, has just gotten Healing Wing, which is our first healing spell. Unfortunately, it costs 100% of our mana, so that's not so good. But in an emergency, it is useful to have a healing spell, and if she's in the back row, she'll heal everyone in the fight, so that's really good. So maybe I do actually get my tier 2 magic. I thought I didn't, but if I do, that's good. Crystal Laser is quite a good spell. Right, so those Long John brothers that gave us the Long John from before are going to show up with some pots that we can use to heal. I'll do it right after this battle. That's pretty wide counter timing for that, but okay. Alright. So yeah, you get healed for free at the green pot, and then if you spend one green gummy frog, you can heal all your MP at the MP pot. We'll go ahead and heal that up. Alright, so now we just need to grind up one level. Well, time to get a snack if you haven't already gotten one. Because I'm just going to be fighting some enemies here. Is it even worth doing that? I suppose so. Oof. Oh, okay, there we go. So we don't need to get the robot to the last... we don't need to get him the last level up. So we can go to the boss now. It is daytime, and it did just... Okay, can you... Oh god, alright. It should be daytime. So... One more fight. I don't believe we'll be able to clean these guys up, unfortunately. In time. It's a little unfortunate, because now that means this guy's gonna attack. Oh no! He didn't. Okay, good. I'll take that. So we'll just go ahead and safety save. And actually re-equip my items. So... Swap that out. Okay, so here we go with this boss. Oh, well, I guess we have to fight some otters first, but we will be getting to the boss pretty soon. Oops. I should actually just... I'll just guard. I want to save my mana. Yeah, I want to save my mana for the actual boss. Not these... numbskulls, as it were. Yeah, it's not, unfortunately, not very quick to get through this fight. So, the unfortunate part about that is it might turn to night in the middle of the battle. And if that is the case, I'm going to have a lot of trouble with the boss, because I won't be empowered for the boss. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but I have a feeling it's going to happen. He leveled up anyway. Okay. Alright, so okay, now, here's the boss. There we go. Mr. Chard. Alright, so he's dark aligned, which is why the main character being light aligned is really important. Surprised I actually got that block. I guess whatever, it doesn't matter. Get a few extra damages. He's 3200 health, so... Yeah, unfortunately, I do not have the tier 2 magic, but... I mean, I'd have to grind a little bit more to be able to get that, so... 702's not bad. Earth is still empowered, which is good, because this will do a little bit of extra damage. So he's at about 1k. Okay, so this Celestial Swap Spill, we will get this later in the game. So we'll be able to swap our elements in. It's good that he used that, because that's basically an empty turn from him, because he didn't do any damage to us. No point in timing anymore since he's not empowered. Fortunately, this is gonna happen, so this will deal damage to everyone. Not as much as I thought it would, but... okay. This guy's not too difficult, but you know, things can go horribly wrong if you get unlucky. And this is what I'm talking about. Shadow die is not very good to get. Thankfully it's not on the main character, who's weak to shadow magic. And it wasn't nighttime when Chard's turn came around. So this should kill? Didn't get the empowered, or didn't get the timing, rather. So maybe won't. I don't know how much health he has left. Okay, robot has nothing left in the tank. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, this should kill. There we go. Alright. Not too bad. Did he choose to name himself Dumpy Dave? Alright, so we want to shut this off. Our genius robot, of course, can interface perfectly with machines, so of course he will definitely be able to deal with this. And classic how to deal with computers. If it doesn't work, just smack it. Of course, the computer will definitely work after you destroy it. In this case, it actually does work, but kids, don't hit your computer. It does not fix the problem. Most of the time. Thank you for the luck. I always need more luck. I haven't been very lucky with this run so far, but that's just proof I could always use more luck. Alright, so we're gonna unfreeze the water planet here. Fix all those cold problems everyone's been having. And we're dead. How many times is that now? 4? So we'll get this mouse installed onto our ship so we can finally actually navigate. You can also choose to go to Gren. You can choose between Gren and Paffoon. But we want to go to Paffoon because if we go to Gren, it's harder. It's technically faster if you do it perfectly, but it's really, really hard if you do Gren first. So it's better to do Gren second and do Paffoon first. The trade-off is that so basically the planet Gren is difficult, but the boss of Gren is not hard. Where the planet of Paffoon is not that hard, but the boss of Paffoon can give you some trouble. Last time I did a run of this, I died a few times to the boss of Paffoon, so we'll see if I do better this time. Hopefully I do better this time around. Yes, definitely do not trust water or boats, because neither of them is necessarily reliable. Although boats have been known to be somewhat reliable. But water, never reliable. So we are on the wind planet. So now time to look for our teacher. Look, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that pun right there. We're gonna stop in here and we're gonna buy a cat suit. So this is the first part of a 5-part set. And once we get the full cat set, it'll give us a bonus for having the full set equipped to a character. So we're working towards that very slowly. Yeah, so first we want to get this boulder off this guy's car. But we are going to explore the city, and we want to go to the police because we want to get the police to help us. But the police are absolutely useless fools who are nothing but a bureaucratic mess on Paffoon. So we're going to have to work our way through some bureaucracy before we can get the police to help us. Now I have notes for this because it's very complicated. I have notes for a lot of the stuff in the game, but this in particular is very complicated. Wow, not that complicated, but it's not something I want to spend memory space remembering. Alright, so the bureaucracy begins. And to the second floor. Oh. And to the third floor. Right. Talk to the secretary. And this is a guy we actually want to talk to, but he's stuck in the toilet with no TP, so you gotta get him some toilet paper. Finally, we are actually able to get something out of someone. And finally, the bureaucratic nightmare is over. And after all of this, it turns out they can't even help us anyway. Wow. So great, this intergalactic police force. Let me check something here. Okay, wind is in alignment. Okay, so I want to finish up everything before wind goes out of alignment. There is one treasure chest that I need to collect that only appears when wind is on alignment. This is a feature of all of the planets. As long as that planet is in alignment and you are on the planet, certain treasure chests may appear. Sometimes they contain... Well, most of the time they don't really contain anything useful, but there are a couple that actually do contain useful things. So, we'll want to pick... There's one we want to pick up here that has some money in it, and we'll need that for later, so... Go ahead and pick that up soon. First, we need to help this cat break into a house and steal some stuff. You know, right next to the police station. Don't worry about it. I don't know, I feel like everyone who's ever read that book has died. It's kind of like the same thing as like, oh man, everyone who's ever drunk water has died. Everyone who's ever breathed has died. I mean, whether or not that was the cause of their death, well, I mean, that's up for debate, but... Uh-oh, looks like we got caught by the police immediately. But turns out they have more on their hands than just us, so it doesn't matter. And somehow he's gonna bribe us with $2. Don't spend it all in one place. Yeah. But it turns out our friend Pasta is here, and he's the problem that the police are chasing. We can't help him out just yet, and we won't get him back until after the planet is over, but, you know, don't worry about that. This guy has a... This guy, I can never talk to him, has a quiz. So yeah. Yes, I'd like to do the quiz. Can't you do when you're cursed? No HP recovery. Take damage. That's reduced. Magic. Petrified. Can't do anything. Blind is chance to hit. And turn in combat. Alright, so there we go. Free $10,000. Easy money. So this is my shop. We got all kinds of stuff. Sounds great. Buy the gold circlet for all of the money I just got. Buy a few frogs. Alright, let's switch around our equipment here. Alright, and our HP is a little bit low for this planet. Let's heal it up. Okay, so south. I'm gonna need that to make that warp point. Hello? Okay, there we go. Yes, I would like a warp point, please. Yes, and just like that, it's all taken care of. Okay, now I believe I go to the right here first. I am going to want to deal with some encounters here. Okay, as soon as that's on screen, you can skip a small miniature cutscene if you use wind as soon as the chest is on screen, because you're going to knock it off the edge here. We're going to need this later on the planet. Okay, so we're going to want to take some encounters here. The guys that are like a fat dude riding a rubber ducky, I think, is the type of enemy. That particular enemy type can drop a really useful, like a really quite useful item. So we're gonna want. Oh, I actually learned crystal laser. Anyway, yeah. So we're gonna want to pick up that item if we can. It will save us a lot of money if we can get it, but there's no guarantee we'll get it. So hopefully, we'll see. I think it's this chest. Yeah, 750 Bira. We really need that money. Could just be... Yeah, continue. Unstable rocks, blippity bloop blip. Well, rip that tank. Now a tank cake. There's another shortcut I have to make for way later in the game on the screen to the right here, but I guess I'm gonna have to take an encounter first. Okay, this guy can do a lot of damage, and he crit me too. So he's pretty dangerous. We'll want to take care of him first. He's the guy that can hopefully drop the item I'm looking for. I'm going to use a Slippy Oil on him. Slippy Oil. Oh, well, I guess it does it on all the enemies. But we really want the item that he has. So every time you use a Slippy Oil, it doubles the chance that you have to get an item from that particular enemy. And bizarrely enough, it stacks. So there's a couple instances in the game where we'll want to use a Slippy Oil, because the items that they can drop are like really solid. So let's see if we got it here. No items. Wow. That is really bad luck. Okay, don't run, so I can get free worms. If you do run and the worms go back into the ground, if you talk to the hole, you end up getting an encounter, so it's not so good. Make a warp point here for later in the game, and just like that. I want to open this to get some cat feet, which is another part of the cat set. I am going to grind a little bit to get to level 9 before the next boss. He's a little bit dangerous. I also want to check my alignment. What is... Okay, wood is just almost out of alignment, so I'll be able to rest at an inn and get rid of that. We don't want wood to be in alignment for the next boss. Oh wait, we are level 9. I thought I was. I thought I wasn't level 9 yet. Never mind. If I'm level 9, then yeah, forget it. I can just go right to the boss. Unfortunately, I did not get the encounter drop that I was looking for, so I'm gonna have to buy some extra items. I'm probably gonna run out of money, honestly. I'm not quite going to be able to buy everything I want. Link shirt, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hiking boots, 1, 2, 3. I should be able to buy 3 hiking boots. But I can't. So I'm going to sacrifice... What do I sacrifice? See if I can sell anything here. That was a tentacle. Sells for $300. That's hugely valuable. Power-ups, battle... I have an ice cube for some reason. Yep. Sell for some extra money. Okay, we are buying 5 of these. 1, 2, 3. And then I can just have enough. Okay. And green frogs, we'll buy a couple more. Hey, good thing I had those tentacles that dropped. See here. So now I'm gonna want to rip some stuff. Oops. We'll circlet, magic wrist. Link's shirt. I do not have a bandana, so I can't equip that. Oops. Okay, make sure Lassie's in the back row. Oops, didn't mean to talk to that guy. Yeah, you don't have to get the item dropped, but it's it's better if you do, because it saves you some money, and money is really tight in the beginning of the run. Not so tight later in the run, but at the beginning it's quite a bit of trouble. Okay, so stay it into the morning. Just gonna make sure that wood is out of its zone, which it is. Okay, so big danger. This boss, high chance of death. So I will save because this is gonna be tough. He does a lot of damage. Yeah, so that guy that we gave toilet paper to, now we have to muck him. That's what's gonna happen soon. Just give me just any second now. Any second now. There it is. They're gonna pasta nap him. And we're gonna have to deal with this guy. Mugwort. So he's got 4,500 HP, and Briar Patch is not something I want to see. Because Lassie takes a lot of damage from that since she's weak. So just got to keep ourselves healthy and hopefully get through this. Takes about 7 spells to kill this guy. So I'm gonna use an ice cube. Damn. I have to use a yellow worm on the main character. I need to get these spells off. Oops, I can just repeat here. Gotta make sure to get my timing on this. Yeah, so he has an attack where he'll go into the background, and he can deal a lot of damage with that attack. So he'll go into the background and he'll come all along those mountain ranges, and then he can do some really big damage. So we don't want to deal with that. Since she's not really going to be doing much, I think I can. Ooh, I gotta save Healing Wing for later, actually. How many attacks have I done? 2, I think. So this will be 3. After the 5th spell, he's going to start counterattacking, so that's not good. And I didn't miss the timing. So that's really bad. Same thing as before. Being aligned really helps damage-wise. Like, you deal like less than half damage if you're not aligned. So it really helps to be aligned. And this is why we want Earth out of alignment, or sorry, Wood out of alignment, so that the boss will be forced to bring it into alignment if he wants to power himself up. It leads to some empty turns. So this was 4. Oh, he's starting to do his big attack. Alright, this is a... Gotta be careful with this one. Okay, I got the block. And Lassie is dead. Oh boy. That's not good. I think I may be dead here. Like I may be screwed. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Well, if I have to load back a save, I have to load back a save. That's all I can do. I cannot actually do the arc lights, so I'm just going to green frog myself. Hopefully he wastes a turn, and he didn't waste a turn. So that is really unlucky. But pretty par for the course at this point. And Lassie is dead again. And he just got like 4 attacks in a row here, so there we go, I died. Great. Great. That's why we save. So this is the 5th time we've died in this run. Yeah, this boss is really terrible. It's actually... most of the other bosses in the game are not as bad as this one. This is probably the worst in the entire game, I'd say. Even the bosses with insta-kill attacks are not really as bad as this because you can pretty much deal with what they throw at you. The final boss can be really bad, but even he's just generally not as bad as this guy. So, pretty annoying. So, it's mostly because you're at level 9, but even casually this is one of the tougher bosses, but he's not as hard as... He's not as hard as, you know... What am I trying to say? He is hard, casually, but not as hard as speedrunning. Yes. I think the mistake I made was using the ice cube. A good start with an empty turn. So nothing, so I get I may as well use the ice cube now since I don't have to heal anyone. Okay, this is 1 of 7. And of course he has to use Briar Patch. Couldn't just use Dancing Baby. I hate this man. Two. just repeat. Good, dancing baby is what I want to see. And this guy's health doesn't really matter so much. I mean, I will use a green frog on him, but his health is not as important as the main character's health. Okay, 3. That's a really nice empty turn. We're at 3. Oh, he crit. That's a big yikes. Hopefully that's no problem. Well, I have to heal MP. Kinda wish I had a blue frog, but... Okay, so we're at, what, 4? 4 attacks? Oh boy, here we go. I hate this man. Of course. Incredibly, the robot didn't die. I think I have one more free attack before he starts counterattacking. But if not, I'm probably dead again. Yep, okay. Nope, I'm dead again. Great. Don't you just love dying horribly? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's not looking good. Oh, here we go again. Okay, yeah, so... I don't know, I don't like this kind of boss design. Which is the boss design where he just spams the same super attack over and over again until you die. I don't know about you, but I feel like it's a bit difficult to deal with, but... so I did include this in my estimate. So thankfully I did prepare for this a little bit. Ay, ay, ay. Unfortunately, there isn't much I can do to change this circumstance. Pretty much just garbage. Just a bad boss fight. The one thing that doesn't make a lot of sense to me is, like, I don't know what's happening with the turn order where he is doing Jungle Coaster after I deal with Rocky, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but no, that's fine. Yep. One. Fine. Two. It looks like he's doing it at around 4, so guess I'll start being more careful around the 4th spell. Damn, I missed my timing. That's really bad. What have I got? Oh, just sugar stars? Okay. This would be number 4, but it's not number 4. Okay, so then after the next attack, he's gonna do Jungle Coaster, I think. So rip me again, probably, but let's give it a try. Yep, there he goes. Okay, good. Now we got Lassie's turn, or Rocky's turn, rather, right after Jungle Coaster, so we can heal ourselves. Oh my god, dude. Oh. Missing the timing there is really bad. Would you just, like, couldn't you just not do that? Okay, Lassie probably is dead. If I had to guess. Surprised he's doing Celestial Swap, but sure, I'll take that. Now empowered, but I don't really care because it's not what I'm scared of. Okay, it should be one more attack after this one. And it turns to night, which is not good, but... Oh, Lassie gets a chance to heal. Okay. No, I don't think that that's gonna help. Dancing baby. Sure. Come on. Come on. Kill. Please. Oh, okay. We're through. Alright. Nothing should be quite as bad as that one. I don't know how it seems like every time I do this game and I die to this boss, it takes me exactly 3 tries, but third time's a charm, I guess? Yes, we're finally through. So the police are going to take a bribe and go away. Thank God. Check out this stick. Isn't this a cool stick? Oh, now it's some stick. He's got a title. Alright, so he's going to give us a book that allows us to teach ourselves the celestial swap skill that you saw in that last battle, where we can move the planets around. So this is a big help. This is a big help to us. This is a huge help because we can now change the alignment of the planets without having to rest at the inn. So we can do it in battle, and it's dependent on your MP pool, but Rocky has a huge MP pool, so we'll have a good time with that. Yes. Okay, so now we got the book. And we're just gonna exit here. And we want to pick up this Tempest Forget. And then we're just gonna warp back to the main town here. Now that we've got the Tempest Forget, we can just walk right into the police HQ and rescue our friend Pasta. First, though, before we rescue our friend, you remember that bribe that the police took? My bribe now. Alright, now we can talk to the chest and free our buddy. Yeah, why did you stuff yourself into that box? Actually, he didn't stuff himself into that box. Turns out they jammed him in that box. Yes, in fact, we did steal the rocket. How did you know? He passed us pretty sharp. Alright, Pastorino. Here we go. Gonna restore my HP here. And warp back here. And go shopping. Sell other piggy bank 200, or excuse me, 25,000. $25,000. Buy a star ring and some bird boots. That's it. Whoops. Just equip some stuff here. So star ring and the bird boots. And the robot gets magic wrist. And we're going to teach everyone Celestial Swap. Alright, good stuff. And now we just leave for Gren. I said now we leave for Gren. There we go. So now we're going to go to the wood planet. It's made out of wood. Who'd have thunk? Hey, I'm just going to use the washroom in this cutscene. Uh-oh. Alright. Hopefully that didn't take too long. Yeah, so you remember all those scratches we took earlier? Yeah, it's coming back to bite us now. We take a few extra scratches and crash the spaceship. Frankly, the fact that we made it as far as we did was a surprise in itself, so... This would be nice to know that I can breathe the atmosphere before I start breathing the atmosphere. Just saying. Okay, I'm gonna make a warp point here. You don't have to make this warp point, but I like to make it just for safety. Yes. And just like that. It's all taken care of. Alright, so I want, what is it? Wood and earth to be aligned soon. I'm going to use that fancy new spell I just learned to move the planets around. Ow. Wood is... Wow, that is unfortunate. Yeah, we can't move these very far. Man, those are really far out of alignment. That is quite unfortunate. It's okay though, because... we'll just, you know, use everyone's MP, and then we can also rest at the inn. Don't have the magic, that's right. I forgot I ran out. Fine. Alright, there we go. Excuse me. Turns out this little cat here is a powerful sorcerer. It's gonna blow this guy up. But at least it gets rid of the problem permanently. And what's this? Our buddy, the fire mage. It's locked up. Yes. Am I friends with the prisoner? Yes. I am in fact friends with this convict. To nearest hut. Alright. Durham has been selling out his village's mages. Now he wants to sell us out too, but we don't know that just yet. We will find out pretty soon though. Just gonna pick something up in this house here. Ah, another piece of the cat equipment. Funny enough, in a village of cats. Alright, let's buy some jam from this guy. We want raisin jam, I believe. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for now. Let's see what we can buy here. So glass slippers, 2. Another piece of the cat set. A ribbon. 2 dog snouts. And some slippy oil. I'm actually going to invest in quite a bit of slippy oil. It'll be useful later. So I want to equip the robots. With what do I want to equip the robot? I want to remove his magic wrist. Straw hat. Glass slippers. Dog snout, which is actually more useful than you'd think. Bridge cap. Magic wrist. Glass slipper rib. Just equipping. And the dog snout. There we go. Alright, all equipped. Oops. And I want to move Chai to the back row. Chai being my good friend Pasta. We get a free ride at the inn because they're going to kidnap us, but they actually can't do that because something comes up. Pay by the bell. Okay, now I have to check what's my positions. Okay, so I want wood to be aligned pretty soon, so we're gonna rest some more because we don't have the encounter. So even though we can now, even though now we don't need to rest so much to move the planets around, I'm still gonna do a little bit of resting. One more. Oops, no more. Alright, there we go. Oops. What is this? Alright, so here's another one of those fish creatures. The old fish with legs. We gotta fight him again. And during that encounter, hopefully we can move wood into the zone. Alright, Earth being aligned is really good because this will do a lot of damage. Here, we'll just untime this. Super effective, you might say. Okay. Get wood real close to the zone. So we're going to be taking some encounters in the upcoming area, and in order to deal a lot of damage to those encounters, we'll want wood to be empowered. And for bosses like this and some otters we'll be fighting, we want earth empowered. That's why we're empowering these two planets right now. But we can quickly and effectively move through these encounters. Ow. That's a lot of damage. I don't like the look of that damage. Oh, come now. He's got to be nearly dead. Alright, there we go. Mandolin. Interesting. You know, I've never actually listened to a mandolin played, but I don't know why that text speed was so slow, but okay. Ah, yes. So, every time I do a speedrun of this game, I get lost in the Gren jungle. But this time, I came prepared, and before I started this run, I drew myself a map. So this time, I hopefully will not get lost in the jungle again. Alright, Farina runs off in the jungle, they get exiled. Don't worry about that. Alright, so here, first thing I'm gonna do is go down here and get a magical tank. There's a equipment for the robot. Oops. It makes him slower, but increases his MP by a whole bunch. That's pretty good. And then we're going to come up here. We can restore our health. And the main character took a lot of damage, so I'm going to want to do that. I'm also going to want to use wood magic. So this is one use for wood magic that you don't really get told about. You can use it to spawn some of these little leaves. These are stat increasing items, so those are pretty good to grab. Let's see. Okay, good. Wood is empowered. So when wood is empowered, you should be able to one-shot enemies with a timed spell. Hopefully, anyway. Let's see. Yeah, see? There you go. Nice and fast. I'm going to want to go south, east. I want to take, which of these? The second and third tails. Bifrost tail, which I'll need for a boss battle later, and another Wakey tail. There are also some frogs here to avoid having to... Yeah, to avoid having to chase these frogs, I'll just go ahead and use the earth magic. Grab a leaf. Northeast to fork, northwest, grab a leaf. And he's dead. Actually, he's okay. Never mind. Could you, like, leave and come back again? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, right, lone wolf, yeah. Let's use the leaves. Power-ups. Holy leaf on Asta and 2 raggedy leaves on the main character. Right. Okay, so now I just need to follow my handy-dandy map that I drew so that I don't get horribly lost in this unforgiving jungle. You know, for fun. Do I take this encounter? No, I don't think I should. So those spear guys, you can, if you leave them alone for a little while, they'll summon another one. So you have 2 spear guys, and once 2 of them are together, they'll summon a demon. This is good, because the demon gives a lot of XP, but it's not really worth waiting around for them to summon a second spear guy. There's an encounter you can get that's just straight up 2 spear guys, so that's what you want to wait for. Let's see, cross here. Oops. Oh, here we are. There you go. Well, this is a good encounter to get, because the experience is really valuable. Oops. Okay, so now we just want to take care of these guys. some nice XP. Alright. I do... No, that's not quite where I'm supposed to go yet. Up here. There's an MP pot here. So you can use Slippy Oil on these banjo guys. They, if you do use Slippy Oil on them, they have a chance of dropping this enemy. They have a chance of dropping this item that's quite good. You can use it on a boss to reduce their magic resistance. It's not actually necessary to get these items, so I'm not going to bother with them. But they are a decent pickup. Because they, you know, you can use them on like charred boss fights. They get some really good damage in. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to save my Slippy Oils for another enemy I'm hoping to encounter on the Fire Planet. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, actually... Well... No, I'm not gonna do it. I don't think it's worth the time to get them, because it does help with the boss fights, but I'm not gonna bother getting it. I don't think it's... Well, it's not strictly necessary, right? Well, that's one strong banjo guy, what the heck? Oops. I'm gonna want to pick this up. The last piece of the cat set. These enemies actually have a cool thing where if they throw a gummy frog at you and you block it, you actually get a free gummy frog. I thought that was a cool little interaction. But we're not too worried about that, so. Okay. We'll just switch around our equipment here. We're about to fight a boss fight. Outfit our main character. G-Money. In the G-Money catsuit. Move everything except the link shirt. Already have to do the link shirt. Heal up. Make a safety save. Okay, so this is a boss, quote unquote, because you don't really fight this guy so much as you just attack and discard sections of the totem pole until there's nothing left. It's a bit odd. Not too hard to fight, but someone is likely to die, so hopefully... hopefully no one dies, but we'll see. Oh, thank you for the raid, Captain Duck. Always appreciated, even if it's not on my own channel. It's nice to give more attention to this nice charity marathon. I don't know how I missed a stationary target, but let's pretend like that makes sense. Okay, so they deal major damage with every time they attack. And probably dead, yep, that's what I thought. I guess I'll wait. I'll wait to revive the main character there. You can't die if you're already dead. Am I right? So I'll wait to revive the main character. We do want the experience from this fight. Great. Am I dead again? Nope. Yeah, this ain't good. Pasta's looking a little worse for wear. Alright, that takes care of the one totem pole. Now you only have to deal with one coming down every turn. Great. Oh, because you only have to deal with one, it's much less dangerous. I guess I just kick. Really, I'm more worried about the main character getting the experience as opposed to anyone else. If anyone else dies, it's actually not that bad, but mostly the main character I'm worried about. Alright, we'll be finished here with this battle pretty soon. Just gotta kick the last few out. Wait. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Alright. Who's he gonna target? Alright, rip Bubba. Yeah. Okay, we get to sleep for free one time. Alright, so we're now gonna move everyone to the back row. Oh, whoops. I have to talk to Durham first. Okay, there we go. Yes, I would like to leave the using this ladder. Okay, so treasure chest here, got some money in it, so I want to get that. Many of these gummy frogs are fake explosive frogs, but I still want to get some of them. My guess is that the one that didn't flop over is probably a fake, and it'll explode if I try and pick it up, so I'm not going to get it. Hmm. Alright, that's fine. Okay, and now we're gonna get ambushed by some pirates. But Earth is empowered, so we can take care of them pretty easily, since they're all water element and weak to Earth. Alright. To help along the damage, we use Raisin Jam. So Raisin Jam, basically it raises your IQ, which is your magic stat, so you'll do more damage. So we use that on the robot, so he does a little bit of extra damage. Oh damn it! We just got unpowered. That's really unfortunate. I might wait. I might rest at the inn in Assam if I can. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to rest at the inn, but I'll give it a look anyway. But if I can, I'll try and get Earth back in alignment because the boss coming up is a bit of a pain to do without being empowered. How much health do these guys have? Good lord. Alright, there we go. Well, I don't think we can deal with this many pirates. Too many pirates? Just blow them away. Easy, no problem. Easy. Oh, took care of that lickety split. Well, I do want to take care of these guys, but I also need to set my alignment right, so... Guess I'll use Celestial Swap a couple times. Trying to get Earth back in alignment. It's not looking good. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, so hopefully I should be able to just use the inn to recover my health. Well, I think this game is awesome, so good that it also looks awesome. Alright, so there are some more otter fights coming up. I'm gonna want to heal up. And heal my MP on the robot as well. What are you guys doing here? Are you trying to make me look bad? Yes. Yeah, it's not an expensive game. I would recommend it if you like RPGs. I think it's a really good game. Alright, so this one is the inn. It's locked. That's unfortunate. Not to worry though, because I do have a backup here. This is why I made the warp point at the beginning of this planet. Specifically for this scenario. And I missed my timing. Well, perfect. $50 damage. Wow. You know, that's not very good. Oh no, I used the yellow worm on him already. Oh no, but what I have to use is... Right, I'm getting ahead of myself. I have to use a raisin gem. So I can get the max damage out of Stalagmiter here. Okie dokie. Yeah, these can do quite a bit of damage, so try to avoid getting hit here. We are in the back. We are all in the back row, which does give us a little bit of an advantage. Because being in the back row means that you're going to take less damage from attacks, but from physical attacks, that is. But at the same time, you know, not great. Getting close. That didn't kill? Uh-oh. Okay. These ones with Thorn might actually kill themselves. Okay, I'm dead. Great. It's okay. Not to worry. Although I am going to be missing out on some XP, but it's probably okay. $20 XP, which is actually quite a bit of XP, but it's alright. So I just make a warp point here. Yes, and just like that, it's all taken care of. Okay, so for this express purpose, I created a warp point at the beginning of the Gren, so that I can now go back to the cat village, and I can use their inn to set myself up for the next fight. So I'm looking to align Earth here. So I'm going to hopefully be able to move it along a little bit. I'm going to try a different strategy here to align it. I think I can get encounters on this screen. Nope. Okay, so you can get encounters on this screen. Come on. Any second now. Why am I looking for an encounter? Because I'm gonna try swapping Earth into the zone. And I forgot to skip the animation, but I don't really know that it matters. It's a long way around for Earth, since it's the furthest on the star chart. But I think this might be faster. This might be a little bit faster than using the inn like 10 times. Even still, I'm still gonna have to use the inn a few times regardless. So it didn't really matter in the end anyway. But I really want Earth to be empowered for this fight. Because if it's not, then this boss can actually do quite a bit of damage to you. And the battle will last a long time, and so it's going to use up a lot of your resources. So all right. This will be the last one, and then I'm just gonna use Celestial Swap in battle with Lassie to move the Earth planet around. Okay. So now we can warp back. Save the game. Whoops. First I should do this. Alright, now we can go into the fight. Okay, so we're gonna get our fire guy here. And we really want him to survive the fight because we need his magic. Well, we need him to be high level later so that We can get some good magic with him, so we need him to survive the fight, hopefully. Hopefully he will. We'll see. But this is also another fish-type monster, so it's another water-lined monster. It's a good thing water itself is not aligned right now, because that would be really annoying. Don't do that. Alright, so... should be able to get Earth. Oh, look at that! So close! It should be empowered like... okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, good. Chai can use Raisin Jam. And then I can just nuke it with the robot. Stalagmiter for high damage. Oh, look at that damage. I did half his HP in one shot. That's the good stuff right there. That's fine. Okay, yeah. So this fight was made significantly easier by doing most of his HP in one hit. And, our fire guy survived, so that's good. Yeah, so that our water character is off on the pirate ship, but you know, don't worry about her. We'll catch up with her later. That little exchange is a classic. Right, so we want to chase those pirates to the fire planet. But we can't do that right now because if we were to try, our ship would explode and or melt to pieces before we got there. So we're gonna have to find some way to fix that problem. So in order to do that, we're gonna go to the water planet right now and find a fix for that problem. Alright, okay, not shopping again yet. Yes. Heal up. Well, I can do it for free. And then we'll fly to the water planet. Alright, now you're not allowed to warp to town. Yeah, we're not allowed to warp to town because there's another story event there. So we're gonna have to... walk there. We'll just run from encounters because they're not really useful. They don't really give you any XP right now, so... You can just run from these. Okay, so the town is on lockdown by the police. I'm not entirely sure why, but I think it's because the police are corrupt and are actually working with Chard, which is why they locked down the town. But don't worry about that. Northeast house for seen. Right. This one, right? Yes. Okay, so I am gonna actually rest at the inn before I actually go to fight this next fight. Because I want light magic for this to be empowered. Super elite mega SWAT unit. Yes, of course. Let's see. Oops. Robot. Unequipped gold circlet. Star ring. Bird boots. Gold circlet. Star ring. Link shirt, bird boots, ribbon. Ribbon, eh? I don't think so. Doesn't he have the ribbon? Yeah. Oh my god. Let's pretend that this menu went well. Okay? Nobody tell anyone that this went poorly. Oh my god. Big raid just in time to see me fail this menu. Well, that's what I get for failing a menu. Leave its glass slippers. Right, and then I just want to have high IQ gear. Want that big brain, high IQ gear. I did not mean to equip the silver ring. It's supposed to be on this guy. Wait, he already has a silver ring? How do I have 2 silver rings? Okay. I'll accept that. But yeah, again, thank you, Nintendo, for the raid. Hope everyone is doing well. Frog shirt. This is the playing Magical Starsign for the really long-a-thon, and this particular really long-a-thon is for the I can't remember the name of the charity. Very unprofessional of me, but it is for a charity about domestic abuse. So you have a few extra bucks you can throw their way. It's always good to support a good cause. But yeah, I hope you enjoy Magical Starsign. It's a very nice little RPG for Nintendo DS. So one thing I just have to check is Lassie's agility. So Rocky's agility, 22, 21. Okay, she has to have a higher agility than the main character, because if not, then I will be in trouble. I will come to grief, as it were. Alright. So we're gonna have some otters and Master Chard again. Mr. Mask and Dark Magic. But I made sure to rest at the inn so that it is daytime, so hopefully no problems. Is this guy serious? Oh, what is he doing? Moving fire into the zone? That only helps me. What? This guy's suicidal? Alright, sure. So I believe I just want to take care of Chard as fast as possible. He does the most damage. Even the otters are not really all that much trouble. Chard has 6,800 HP, so it's quite tanky. Okay, raise my main character's IQ, which is the magic stat. Empowered crystal laser. Successfully timed. Does a lot of damage. Look at this. Ooh, 3,000. He's like half health already. That's what I want to see. So that's how much power having unempowered spell actually does. Is because like regularly, if it was nighttime, or it hadn't timed the spell, it probably would do maybe 1,000 damage at a maximum. So it's really good to have that extra damage in there. Like the difference is staggering, so it's quite important. Okay, well, if I can get one more turn with the main character, I can just wipe him off the face of the earth. So I'll start trying to take care of these otters before they cause any more trouble. Come on, main character. Alright, we should be able to kill Chard with this. Provided I don't mess up the timing. Alright, good. This should kill. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. That boss can go way worse. I had an easier fight because I rested at the inn to make sure it was daytime. If you don't do that, chances are it'll turn to night in about... after only getting one hit with the empowered light spell level 2. Which means that the spell will only do about 1,000 damage as opposed to 3,000 damage. So it takes several extra turns, and Chard has a chance to do some really nasty magic, so it's quite good that we managed to get that there. Now this can do almost no damage because it's fire versus water, but you know, don't worry too much about that. I like that the finger pointer effect doesn't actually go away, even though Chard is actually dead. Interesting little bug. That was a good fight. That was actually a really, really good fight. Alright, so we need the Aquarino to install on our ship so that we don't burn up when we try to fly to the fire planet. And it's inside of this cave, so we gotta do a few uses of our elemental magic to get in here so we can pick it up. Wait, did I say the charity was for domestic abuse? What am I, stupid? Oh my god. I don't know, I'm starting to get really tired already, and I'm only like less than halfway through the run. Not a good sign. But it's not domestic abuse. I mean, I guess no. What is it? It's on the tip of my tongue. I was close. I was close, okay? Sexual abuse? Someone help me out here. It's a good charity, I swear to God. Okay, there we go. So okay, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Even though, you know, all of those are bad, so it's a good charity, but you know what I'm saying. I'm credible, I swear. Alright, so these guys tried to stop us from taking the Aquarino. Then they realized, oh wait, maybe we shouldn't do that because they're going to stop the pirates who are causing trouble all over the place. So, free Aquarino. With minimal trouble, surprisingly. So now we'll be able to go to the fire planet, and we'll finally be able to pick up our water party member. You crazy little calzones. Yes. Alright, they say she's dropping out of school, but don't worry. She'll be okay. I don't know if I'll have time to show the epilogue after this game is over, but if I do, then you can get to see she turns out her end of the story turns out alright. The water character. Alright. The Faya planet. There's some spooky guys around, but don't worry about them. We'll be dealing with them later, but for now, it's not a problem. Alright. What am I doing here? East-west building to shop. I'm buying something, that's what I'm doing. Buy 50 green frogs. Well, seems reasonable to me. 20 yellow worms. Let's see, some burn tails. You remember from the quiz, the burn status effect means you can't take action, so it'd be very bad if that happened to us. So we don't want to have to deal with that. Let's see. Okie-dokie. Where? Really? Not a bad choice of name, actually, it turns out. Okay, talk to the putty. Pots making pots. What is the world coming to? We talked to Celadon, a very fancy pot. He made the barrier that keeps the monsters out of the town. Oh, but he's about to get pot napped. Alright, so we're going to rest at the inn till morning. This is going to set us up for a boss fight we're going to have soon. Well, more of a a difficult fight than a boss fight, but yeah, hopefully it's not going to be too difficult. Well, hopefully it's not going to end up being too difficult, but it should be a harder than average fight. You ever say something that where you kind of mean what you say, but also your meaning gets all muddled up, and then every time you try and correct what you're the meaning to what you're actually saying, you kind of dig yourself in a deeper hole? I feel like that happens to me a lot. Bad. Alright, so we want to create a warp point. You can only create this warp point after you leave town. So we have to come back and do this. But it's a really helpful warp point to have, so we gotta make sure we actually make it. And just like that, it's all taken care of. Very nice. Okay, we'll correct our equipment. And teach our new guy Celestial Swap. Where am I going here? Ah, yes. There's a chest down here. I don't remember. Do I even? I don't really think I even need to take encounters here. I think they're actually not that high level, so we're okay to run from most encounters on this planet. The dodo shoes. East and south down rope, okay. I do actually want to take a few encounters, probably, in a bit. Just because we want to get the tier 2 wind magic. But that'll be in a little bit. Well, actually, you know what? I may as well start now. I want to get the tier 2 wind spell by the time I reach the boss. It's pretty much required. It gives me a huge boost to damage. And by tier 2 wind spell, I mean like the tier 2 offensive wind spell. It's, what is it called? Falcon Dive, I believe. Yeah, so we're looking to level up Rocky there in the back. Our rabbit friend. Alright, unlikely that we're going to have any trouble with these guys, but just in case... This is not good. This is not good at all. Okay, well... I mean, okay, that could have been worse. I thought it did a lot more damage. I guess if it's nighttime, it will do a lot more damage, probably. Don't. Oh my god, dude. Cursed. Man. I don't think I actually have to use enough Raisin Jam, so I'm gonna actually use Raisin Jam and raise the IQ. I can do a little bit more damage. Might be able to kill Pukas in one hit with the main character. I don't believe I have any way to heal this curse status. So, if the main character dies, ain't nothing I can do about it. Because I can't heal her right now. Okay, good. Didn't hit the main character. Come on, guys. I need the, No! Okay, that's fine. I need the main character to attack. Come on. Nice 5 damaged healed. Alright, there we go. Alright, good. Let's check something here. Nope, not yet. Okay, I think it's level 19 that she learns the level 2 magic. Let's see, so in this cave... Oh, well, that was stupid of me. Very wasteful. I could have just healed here. I didn't realize there were pots here, I forgot. Okay, so it's dependent on what the enemy's element is, because whatever the enemy's element is, you're going to want to take the opposite element. So, for example, if my enemy's element is water, then I'm going to want my earth guy to be empowered. Whoever has the highest, or whoever is the opposite element, will deal the highest damage, right? So, it depends on the fight, but whoever has the highest, or whoever has the opposite element will have the highest DPS, I guess you could say. So it shifts around based on the fight, but for fights that you have no weakness for, generally... oh, I thought that was something better than that, but anyway. Yeah, for fights that you have no weakness for example, there's a fight where you're fighting against a light element guy. For those guys in particular, interesting... Pasta was faster, but anyway. For the fights with no weakness, your highest DPS is going to either be whoever is empowered at the time, but usually your earth guy, your main character, or your fire guy. Those are the three characters that have the highest damage typically, as opposed to just, you know, doing whoever's empowered. Generally, you'll try and stick to bringing those guys into the empowered zone for their planets. Yeah, that ain't good. I don't like this encounter. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I should be skipping it. I need the XP. He's scorched, but that isn't actually that important. Because he can't really do any damage in this fight anyway. Okay, well, we're getting closer to where we want to be. I forgot I'm actually going to switch some equipment around here. Main character. Straw hat. How come I don't have any straw hats? What the heck? Okay, sage hat. Oh, that would be why. Star circlet. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, so my notes have some weird names for equipment that sometimes I don't even have that equipment. So occasionally I'll be reading my notes and I'll see a piece of equipment I either don't have or doesn't exist. So hopefully that doesn't happen too often, but I know it does happen a few times in the run, so I'm gonna have some weird looking menus on occasion. Yeah, there is a fire alignment chest that is really nice in this place to get, but you can't get it unless fire is aligned, and it's not aligned, so it's not too important though, so it's nothing to worry about. So this should be the magic I'm looking for. Yes, Falcon Dive. Okay, so I don't have to take any more encounters, but I still will, 'cause I need some good XP. Let's see. Not this encounter though, because I don't like the look of this guy. Oops. Okay, so unfortunately, wind is empowered right now, but we actually... Okay, well no, that's not true. We want wind to be empowered, but at the same time we also need wind to, Wow, that's quite something. At the same time we need wind to be empowered for the boss, so I'm gonna have to re-rotate wind all the way back around to get it empowered again by the time we get to the boss. Which is a bit of a pain, but it's worth it because you kill this boss really fast, and if you don't kill him fast, you're gonna come to grief. Rogan Josh. This guy, much like Dalzim and other practitioners of yoga, has incredible powers to do things that no normal human can do, such as squeeze through a 1-inch wide crack and such other amazing things. Why walk when you can float? Such is the power of yoga. Interesting. Oh, okay. Second, I thought I was caught on nothing, but no, I actually was caught on a cutscene trigger. So yeah, the police officer from the water planet has now been arrested and put in jail on the fire planet because it turns out he's the only not dirty cop on the entire force. And so now they locked him up. What the heck? But don't worry too much about him, because he'll be getting out of here pretty soon. Okay, most fights in here are not too bad. There are a couple enemies that I don't want to encounter. And if I do encounter them, I'm gonna run away. Mostly, what is this? Space police pigeon launchers and yellow orb tornadoes. So, whatever mental image that puts into your head, I'm sure it's correct. Yeah, these levels that I'm getting are really good because if I get the levels now as I'm going on the way, that means I won't have to do any grinding later. Because, especially for my fire character, I do need to get to a particular level at a certain point in the game. So it's really nice if I can avoid having to grind too much for him. Especially since the point in the game that I get to that level is quite, like the enemies can be quite dangerous, so it's harder to get experience off of them. Uh-oh. I'm being roasted. Ow. And I'm scorched. And my alignment went out. Well, things are looking up. Nah, we're okay. I need this chest, I think. Yeah, $2,000. It's good to grab some extra money. Okay. Alright, well we're on page 15 of 29 of my notes, so we're halfway through my notes, which is nice. That means we're not quite where I would say we're roughly halfway through the game, but we're getting close. So I'm not sure how much time I've taken to get here. But hopefully it's less than 5.5 hours. Because then that will mean I should be roughly on pace. Right, so that's fine. Okay, so if you see this yellow orb tornado, we don't want this guy. We're getting out of here. Escape failed. That's not good. That's not good. I had to say, that's not good. Okay, there we go. We're out here. Okay, I'm gonna save here because the boss is coming up. This boss can be really bad if you get unlucky, and hey, you know, you guys have had a few hours to sit around, you know, get to know me, you know how lucky I am, which is to say, not lucky at all. So, or rather, what is that saying? If it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. So, yeah. I don't see this going particularly well. But, you know, we'll give it a try. Alright. Soldier fights. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Uh-oh. Okay, we're actually gonna have to do something silly here. I need to rotate wind back all the way back around. Which you can get most of the way, which is pretty funny, but that's because her mana pool is so incredibly large. Does he need any mana? I don't think he does. All right. Okay, so this took a little bit longer than normal, but I got wind back into alignment, which is the important thing. Because I need that for the boss. And tier 1. Okay, so they're gonna just bring in some reinforcements. And we're gonna have to do it again. Because, hold on, I'ma do it again. Let me just see here. Where am I? Oh, I'm at 4 hours. Okay, I just checked my own timer through the most roundabout way possible, but I did check my own timer. Alright. Looks like we're good we're on schedule. Well, you know, we should be on pace. Which is good. They shouldn't kill everyone. Yeah, it didn't kill everyone. So... take care of a few things here. We need to move Lassie into the front row, as well as make sure that she actually has the mana available to actually take care of this coming boss. Okay, light, which powers everyone. Oh, dog. That is not as much damage as I thought it would be, but just, you know, can't be good anyway, but... where are we at here? Restore a little bit of HP. Interesting, I didn't think that was... whatever, doesn't matter. So I need to move her to the front row. This is a huge problem. If you don't move her to the front row, you will really be in trouble. Alright. Take care of this. Just clean up the last two guys. We'll see if we can heal a little bit before the boss. At least Lassie. Oh no, she's at almost full health. Never mind. Oh, never mind then. We should be able to take care of these guys real quick. And I do want to heal my fire guy because I'd like him to have the experience. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this boss doesn't go too poorly. No guarantees, but yeah, this guy don't smell so good. He's like a living, moving fungus. Pretty icky. But the first attack that he does, really bad. So, this attack that he's about to do, Sickening Stench, can give you the sick status ailment, which means that Lassies would be unable to... Oh, wow, that was really nice that that didn't happen. Like, it didn't... give me the sick status ailment, because if you get sick, you are unable to cast spells, which is really bad. But a couple empowered... Oh, I was supposed to use plus IQ, that was bad actually, but... Yeah, basically a few empowered spells from Lassie, or rather, in this case Rocky, will do quite a bit of damage to this boss. So we'll just try and keep in good health. That's all you pretty much need to do. And of course he goes right for Lassie, or Rocky, because, you know, that's just how things are. But this blue frog that I picked up way back on the forest planet is really helpful, because it heals for just about the amount of damage that she took. I really don't need to attack or anything. Just need to keep myself in good health. Because Lassie's the only one that can do any real damage here. Rocky. I gotta get it in my head. Hard for me to adapt from the characters' set names. But I want to try. There you go, he's almost dead. We may actually be able to kill him with the other characters now. But he's so low. Okay, everyone is at 0 MP, so this ain't looking so good, actually. I didn't know that attack did that. Not often I actually forget to plus IQ Rocky, so... Oh yeah, that's definitely what I want to see. Is that enough? The Pepperthorn? Okay, there we go. And then these guys will just run away once you finish off that boss, the main boss. So that actually went pretty well. So I do get some bad luck in this run, but it looks like my luck is turning around. He'll run away, but it seems like it's taking him an age to do so. There we go. The XP we get here is really good, so good that no one died. Powerful light magician, eh? Sounds like a job for me. Casually, you're probably going to encounter a few more problems. But generally, this game is not extremely difficult. I would say casually, this game is pretty easy. It's not extremely hard. It's definitely harder in the speedrun than it is in like casually, but yeah, this game's not that hard. I'd say it gives an adequate level of challenge. Yeah, so Chard's big plan... Wait, I'm sorry. Kale's big plan. That's the real villain. Kale. His big plan is to teleport into the sun because, he wants to hasten the end of the world by teleporting into the sun and force-feeding a maggot that is eating the center of the sun so that it will grow faster, and then it'll eat the whole sun and explode everything. This is the actual real plot of the video game. And so what are we gonna do now that he's teleported into the sun? Well, we're just gonna upgrade our rocket and fly directly into the sun. I mean, what could possibly be wrong with that? Yeah, just fly in during nighttime. Nah, guys, don't worry, okay? We just gotta get these, we've just gotta get these 1,000-year-old gummy worms, alright? And once we take those gummy worms, okay, and then take a hammer and just hammer those gummy worms into our spaceship, it'll all be fine. Real plot of the video game, by the way. Ah, yes. Big Alpha Chad, Magnus Muzzleflash. One of several bosses that we will fight eventually. Got a cool name, though. Mr. Magnus Muzzleflash. Yes. He's actually probably one of my favorite bosses, like boss designs. Dude with 4 arms. He looks pretty cool, but anyway. Where am I going? Right, I'm just getting out of here. I gotta go to Cassia, the water planet, and get some dwarves to help me out. They're gonna help me get access to the dwarven city on the fire planet, so. Well, you see, gummy worms are a valuable source of magic power in this game, and so on the world map you can grab some gummy worms, but they tend to hide in their holes, so you can use this water magic to get the gummy worms to come out of their holes. This is the mechanics of the game. Good too, because if you see a red gummy worm, it's good to grab it, because those are actually really valuable. So it helps to not have to fight an encounter, and instead you can just use water magic instead. Alright, so we're gonna get a fake beard from these dwarves on the water planet, and that'll allow us to get into the dwarven city on the fire planet, so that we can finally get the information on how to upgrade our ship. One of these guys will give us the fake beard. Oopsie. Alright, there we go. Hello? Stuck on a tiny little shell on the beach? Alright, right back to the fire planet. Alright, we're gonna get, in this next little bit, we're gonna play the lottery for, yeah, we're gonna play the lottery for whether or not we get the right encounter. Because if we get the right encounter, then it's an enemy you can use Slippy Oil on. You can use a bunch of Slippy Oil on it to like quadruple its drop rate and get it to drop these items called Cashwad Cloaks that are really useful. So hopefully we'll be able to get the Cashwad Cloaks. But if we get really unlucky, we won't be able to get the drop from them. Or we may not even get the encounter at all. So we'll see what happens. Okay, these enemies are now weak enough. We can just run. I mean, they were weak before, but now they're really weak. So to the north here, actually, there's some gummy frogs. Okay, so these gummy frogs, you see there's a red one. The other colored gummy frogs that aren't the green ones are really worth grabbing because they cost a lot of money in the store to buy right now. And then more importantly, they heal really, really high amounts of HP. So if you get like nuked in battle, it's really good to have these higher tier gummy frogs to heal yourself with. I don't believe there are any red ones in this cave, any red gummy worms. Nothing to worry about there. Yeah, can't let any shady folks in, especially not a pack of kids. The shadiest of all folks, frankly. I mean, come on. Always standing on each other's shoulders wearing trench coats. Trying to trick people. And just like that, it's all taken care of. Alright, another war point. So first I want to go here, get some more equipment. Oh boy, here we go with this shopping. We're gonna buy a bunch of bombs. These bombs are pretty good. 10. I'll buy a couple of these. Thunder bombs. Want a few of those. Quake bombs we're going to want a lot of. For the water planet that's coming up. And the flood bombs we're also going to want a lot of. For another part. Yeah. And skull clip. How many? 3 skull clips? 1 spiky shoes. And slippy oil. We'll buy some more slippy oil. Maybe not so many bombs. We'll probably get 18 of these. 1 and a few less. But definitely the flood bombs I want because I remember running out of those. Yeah, it's referencing what he says in the game. He says, just like that, it's all taken care of. Okay. Oops. Main character, back row. Okay, like that. There you go. Quip, skull clip. Yeah, I'm going through the text pretty fast, so it's a little hard to see, but he does say that. Bridge cap. Silver ring. Oops, gold ring, gold ring. Wait, what the hell? Gold ring? I don't have a gold ring. There we go with those notes again. Alright, and then just dump whatever garbage that's the best of the best garbage that I have left over. Oopsie. Link shirt, sure. Seems good to me. Yep, ribbon, sure. That works out just fine. Okay. No, I didn't want to talk to this guy. What in the heck-a-moly? Okay, there we go. Right, so we're going to be helping these pots out to find some clay for their pot making festival so they can make more pots that they can bring to life. South to exit town, east to pick up chests. $1,000. Where am I? Oh. I want to pick up the second tail I see, which should be a wakey tail. Oops. Ooh, what's this? Nothing. Well, I got all excited because it was a, it was one of those fancy only happens when the chest is, or when the planet is in alignment chests. Alright, so we're gonna fight some enemies in the cave. What are we... Right, yeah, we're looking to get some levels on Pico. Who is named Really in this particular run. He's the fire guy. So we can use flood bombs. This will do some good damage. For the love of God, could this guy just die? Right. But yeah, we want to get some XP for him here. We're gonna need him to be fairly high level. Save us all, save me at least. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, we're gonna want our fire guy to be a fairly high level. Once we go to the wood planet, so because once we go to the wood planet, the boss is going to be weak to fire, so we're going to want his next tier up magic when we get there. This change to day is a little early. Hopefully it doesn't cause any problems. Yeah, the boss, well, it's not a boss, but the enemy that's coming up here, it is, well, I mean, it's kind of a boss. It's a tough enemy that I guess you could consider to be a boss. Anyway, he's dark aligned, so we're gonna want it to be daytime when we're fighting him. So we gotta hope these battles don't take too long. Okay, so he's right ahead here. He just kind of comes out of nowhere, and then you just kill him real easy. And it's just like, what the heck was that? But we'll still safety save anyway. Come on. What's this guy named? Dab Hasnell? Okay, well, that's fine. That's a lot of damage, but that's fine. Where is Raisin Jam? That's just on pasta. Okay, hopefully this does some good damage. He's got 8,000 HP, so let's see how much damage this does. Pretty good. I have to hope I have to hope I can get at least one more attack with the main character before it turns to nighttime. Okay, so if I can land this, it should be good. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we should be good. There we go. Yeah, we set that timing up way back when we rested at the inn, so good. Let's see. Ooh, these guys. Okay. So these are the enemies I was talking about before that drop the Cashwad cloaks. So I'm gonna freaking drop a huge amount of slippy oil on these guys. Each slippy oil that I use doubles the chance that they drop an item. For some reason it stacks. So you can like double, quadruple, octuple the chance that they are gonna drop the Cashwad cloak. So it's really good to use it on these guys. And what the Cashwad cloak item does is not important, because you can sell it for a lot of money, and that's what's important. Being able to sell it for a lot of money is really significant, because later in the game, you shouldn't have too many problems with money, but Having extra money is definitely really good. So now we just have to kill these guys. Okay, I guess that's not gonna work. 1 damage. I see. So these guys have to be hit with the thunder bombs. This is why I bought the thunder bombs. I see. At last, I truly see. So some enemies take reduced physical damage, and some enemies take reduced magical damage. So, okay, how many Cashwad cloaks? 2, which is the maximum I could have got from that. So that's really good. And hopefully if I get another encounter, I can get another couple Cashwad cloaks. The encounter is not necessarily uncommon, but I have had runs, and, you know, I haven't run this game into the ground, but I have had runs where I haven't been able to get the encounter at all. So it's definitely a possibility. Fortunately, these guys are dark aligned. Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, I do not know the exact percentage. It's not a super uncommon encounter though. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably around 30-40% that you get the encounter. That is a completely uneducated guess based purely on the fact that I'm pretty sure that's usually the amount that where you could potentially get a run where you don't get it at all, but also it, in all likelihood, you will get at least one. Alright, so we chased these pots into this cave where they were looking for good clay. But it turns out we come upon these guys. And yeah, so there's this orb that's coming towards us. And this orb, if it touches you, you instantaneously die. Because it's, I guess it's like 2 trillion degrees. So, yeah, you don't want to touch that. If I had to say, in my personal opinion, you don't want to touch that. So I'm going to save here. It's pretty unlikely I actually will touch it, but just in case. You don't want to die here. Or anywhere, really, but... So yeah, be best if you can prevent yourself from dying, so... Let's get the hell out of here! Yeah, burning to death is not exactly how I would like to spend my time on the fire planet. Okay, so it should be west all the way until... What is this? See wall, stay close to the wall. Right. What are these guys again? Oh, earth type, yeah. I don't want to actually spend more than that one bomb on them. Just in case I actually get another encounter with the Cashwad Cloak guys. Hey, I mean, up to you if you want a game over, but I mean, you know... we here at Really Really Longathon are not in the business of gaming over. Game overing. And there it is. And there it is. And there it is. Beautiful. That's just a thing of beauty right there. That's what we call the good money. Fitting, because my main character's name is in fact Money. So, there you go. Perfect for me to get some good money off these Cashwad Cloak guys. Yeah, we can use a flood bomb. I mean, I've already game overed 3 times. No, 2 times. 2 times. In this very run. So I'd prefer not to do it more times. Looking for thunder bombs. There we go, 2 more Cashwad Cloaks. Alright, so we should be able to sell that for some pretty solid money. And we shouldn't have too many problems with money for the rest of the run. I mean, I say that, but watch me somehow run out of money somewhere. That's a lot of damage. More than I thought it would do, actually. Wait. What am I doing? There's a... oh my god. There's a door up here. It's like I'm going the wrong way. Whoops. Kind of zoned out for a second there. I didn't really go far off path though, so I'm fine. Here we go. See, there it is, the Millennium Gummy. 1,000-year-old gummy that we can smash into our spaceship and fly into the sun. And there it is. What am I gonna do with that? What am I gonna do with that? Don't worry about it. Alright, we're almost out of this cave. And we'll finally be able to dispose of this stupid fire sphere that's been chasing us. Use water magic and just cool it right on down. I don't know why there's like this much water on the fire planet, but you know, don't worry about that. It all works out. And we're dead. Oh, actually, we're okay. Now, I've never done this before, but now that I'm here, I gotta do this, okay? Forgive me. I'm gonna lose some time here. Just give me a second. Help. Don't help. Okay, I just wanted to see if something happened. Alright. I've never actually selected don't help there. I couldn't remember if something was supposed to happen if you did. Oh no serious time loss. Okay, so as soon as this guy talks to you, you can actually warp out of here. Where am I warping? To my ship. Alright, so now, having gotten the first Millennium Gummy, that's like we're officially about halfway through the game. Well, a little over halfway through the game, because just before getting the first Millennium Gummy, I'd call that halfway, and then when, you know, getting the Millennium Gummies is the second half of the game. So you have to get 5 Millennium Gummies, and then you fly into the sun and solve all the problems. This is... Oh, come back when the sun goes down. Whoops. Excuse me. But yeah, we're about halfway, a little over halfway through the game now. So I'm not sure how much time it's taken to get here, but hopefully not too much. Okay, during this cutscene, I'm gonna use the washroom real quick. It's one of the few breaks I have. Oh geez, oh god, oh man. Come on. Right, where am I going here? Here? Yeah. Oh, rip Bubba's love confession. Okay, talk to Rogan Josh. Hello? Okay, there we go. Yes. Oh, right. No, Smiley. God damn it, that's right. Alright, alright, alright. Back on track. Alright, what do we got here? Right. Okay. And then we're gonna go do Gren and get Gren's Millennium Gummy. It's our first one because you get an item on Gren, an equipment for Pasta, our Wood Mage. It allows him to double the effects of items. So you heal twice as much from the Gummy Frogs, or your bombs do twice as much damage. So, that's going to be a really useful item once we get that. So we want to do Gren first, the Wood Planet. Yes, that is us. You wouldn't lie to me. You don't need to show me the Millennium Gummy. You wouldn't lie to me, right? Hey, what kind of guard is this? Not very effective at his job. I mean, it is us, but what the heck? Okay. So we gotta climb all the way to the top of this tower because for some reason the elevator's broken. Not sure why. They don't get around to fixing it if they're all a bunch of engineers. Maybe they are in the process of fixing it. Either way, you want to get to the top here. Talk to this guy, Grenadine. So he's going to fix our ship so that it can fly into the sun. Are you sure you want to listen to it? No. Short version, please. Okay, back to the ship. And we're off to Gren. What? No. Okay, so we want to do some shopping here. Okay, what are we buying? Shadow bombs. A bunch of them. I can go with 20. Sparkle bombs. Another 20. Well, I don't have the money for that, so I guess not. But this is what I got the where is it? Cashwad cloaks for. Oh baby, they sell for 8K. So we get some real good money from that. So those 8 sparkle bombs I have. We'll get the rest of the 20 there. Leave shop, and then we'll talk to this guy. Buy some more raisin jam for all our IQ cheating needs. That's it. Just needed to get some consumables. If I could not miss the door, that would be good. Now, if I recall, we now see the fatal flaw of making your entire planet out of wood. It's on fire. Didn't really think that one through, did they? Yeah, do I look like a half-witted chimp? Yes, a little bit. Okay, so in order to progress here, we gotta go see Arena. Okay, so let me just check my levels here. Alright, we want to get 1 extra level with our fire guy. He needs to level up 1 more time to get the magic I need for the boss. So we're going to force a couple of encounters in this area just to level up. The problem is, of course, these enemies are very, very tough. So they can deal quite a bit of damage. Hopefully we don't have any problems with them. But there's no telling, right? Yeah. And we don't have quite enough characters that are fast enough to fully get rid of them before... What in the 7 hells? Oh my good god. I did not know that that cursed you. Not that it really matters, but... It's a very debilitating status effect. What the heck? Alright, there we go. Now, let's see... Okay, not yet. How much XP are we gaining? Oh my god, I'm 2 XP off. Well, guess that's how it goes. need to force another encounter. Oh no, wait. No, I don't need to force another encounter. That's right, I forgot there's actually some, there's some otters that I'm gonna have to fight anyway, so... Fine, okay, so... First it's water, to get the waters flowing, I believe? Yes, earth and then wind. Okay, but this is not a good enough stream, so it's not quite good enough to actually do anything with. We'll open up the earth and get a bit of a bigger stream going. Okay, now we got a little bit more water. And how do we spread it around? We use wind. Alright. Yeah, now we bring the trees back to life. With some wood magic. And now we set the planet on fire again with the fire magic. Oh, wait. Don't do that one. Alright, we can just head right to Assam here. And we're immediately going to get into combat with some otters, but that's no problem. It is a DS game. Magical Starsign is in fact a DS game. So I want to kill these guys with quick bombs. Fire into the middle of water. Big F. Don't you... This guy. Don't do it. I swear to God. Oh my God. Rip my main character. Well. She ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 2. What the heck? It's like, I guess... I mean, like, I guess I revive her. I need the XP. Like, so it's really good to get some extra XP, so I don't have to do as much grinding later. Yeah, most of the action takes place on the one screen, so the second screen is only kind of for extra information. Okay, so he learned Heat Fondue, which is the skill I need him to know for the boss fight. Sticky Steve, not so Richie. Okay. That's fine. It's fine. Okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I need to use Celestial Swap here. I need to move wood about here. And fire needs to be right about ready to go into the zone. I think that's actually good enough. So, because there's one more fight that we're going to have to do before we do the boss fight here. Well, fire in the middle of water. Uh-oh. I may have gotten a little ambitious. Okay, so... Alright, we're gonna want to buy some items here. Okay, let's see here. How many? What am I buying? Bunch of regular frogs and some blue frogs. I guess no worms. I thought this also sold worms, but I guess not. Yeah, so what I meant by that is you can see fire is a little bit more than in the middle of the water zone if you look at the top screen. So it's a little bit further than I want it to be, but it's probably okay. This is just so I can get alignment for the fight. This is so you can get alignment for the boss fight. With the it's going to be with a wood type enemy, so I want the fire to be aligned. Oh, heck. Alright, there we go. Remember, free gummy frogs that aren't green are probably worth picking up. They save you a few $100 that you can later spend on other things. Okay, so... Oh, whoops. I actually want to go up the third vine. So up here, you can use wood magic and get a stat increase leaf. What the heck? I slid back into the hole. So I want to be pretty quick getting through this area. Because if I'm not, then by the time I get to the boss, fire will already be partially all the way through its zone. Partially through its zone. Upper left, go down vine. And that of course is bad because then I won't get alignment for as long. Jesus. Collect some items. Oops. One of these should have 4,000 bira. Okay. Actually, isn't this a gummy frog? And green frogs, yeah. Well, I ended up picking up all of them. Bottom right vine. There's another leaf down here. Any of the leaves that you see on the ground in this area that aren't explicitly generated by you, like this one on the ground here, anyone that's already on the ground is actually, excuse me, is actually a concealed enemy, so you'll have to fight a battle if you try and pick it up. Well, there's quite a few stat increase leaves in this area. Oops. Okay, so let's use those leaves. How am I supposed to do this? Holy leaf on pasta. Regular leaf on really. Waggly, spiny, jaggy. All on rocky. Yeah. And do some menuing. Organ brace, spiky shoes. I only bought one pair of spiky shoes. Is that right? Is that what I did? Well, rip in peace, but I don't think it's seriously a problem, but it is a little annoying. Silver ring? No. All out of order. Star ring. Glass slippers. Silver ring. And it would be spiky shoes, but I don't have any spiky shoes. His agi is what, 15? His agi is 19? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, do I have glass slippers? No. So I want to get rid of this for, like, I don't know, making shoes. No, I actually need IQ. Oh, shoot. That's fine. You know what? Sorbet doesn't need, he doesn't need any, he doesn't need anything. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Teach her Celestial Swap. Okay. take care of these last few otters. So I want to align fire, wind, and earth. Hey, what do you know? They're all aligned. How aligned, though? Wow, they're all pretty good, actually. Fire is kind of not good, but... the other two are okay. And fire, you actually can just move all the way around the orbit again. So that's actually not too bad. Are you... You gotta be joking. Whatever, it's fine if he's dead. Just want to get through this, because we'll be healing up after this. And he already hit level 25, so we don't need to worry about leveling him up again. Okay, so you can go up here, and there's actually some pots. Oh, that's fine. So we fully heal, and hopefully we don't get screwed on this boss fight. This is another somewhat difficult boss fight. It's pretty awkward. Oh, I need to slow down my robot, actually. Hold on a minute. I can equip him with something that'll slow him down. Items, no. Equip. We need him to, because, okay, so this item called the pig-headed hat. Yeah, see, I can't unequip it because it lowers his IQ so much. Alright, I'm just gonna have to hope that his... I'm just gonna have to hope that his speed is low enough that he's slower than the fire guy. Yeah, my fire guy has only got 19 agi. And my earth guy has 15 agi, but he gets a buff for wearing the pig-headed hat that makes him faster, so that could be bad. We want him to be slower. It's a bit hard to say. What is this? What am I supposed to do here? Yes. Alright. Here we go with this boss. I don't like this boss. Can go pretty wrong pretty fast. Much like Mugwort before. But this one is a little less awful, but still pretty bad. Oh. Man. And of course, fire went out of orbit. Because of course it couldn't stay in orbit just long enough for me to at least get one hit on the boss. But whatever, that's fine. I'll just move it all the way around. Oh dear. Even I don't have enough mana for that. You're not doing so hot. Oh my god, 446. That's a lot of damage. There's a blue frog on him. Right, so the problem with the fire attack is that it is extremely temperamental. So I'm going to do it here. It's not even going to do that much damage because he's not empowered right now, but the point is, it's extremely temperamental. The damage range for this is actually like plus or minus 2,000 damage, so thankfully my Earth guy is empowered and slower than the Fire guy, so every time it adds one of these guys to the fight, I can just wipe them out instantly. But I need to like heal this guy, my Earth guy. This tree has 19,000 health, so oh great, he's dead. Just what I wanted for Christmas. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, please get in the zone. Can you not? Oh, dude. So annoying. He's not dead, okay. Feed him a blue frog. Quick, quick. Let's see if we can get some real damage this time round. Okay, 6,000's better. What the heck? There. Oh, that's not good. Okay, this attack sucks. And I wasn't able to block it. That does a lot of damage, so it's kind of miserable. This is why you want wind empowered, so you can heal yourself. Oh dear Lord in heaven, he doesn't have enough. Oh man, mistakes were made. He doesn't have enough, yeah, now this guy's gonna, oh my god. This ain't good. Okay, this is recoverable. It's definitely recoverable. What am I looking at here? At least one of them has mana, okay. I gotta think about this for a second. And it's gonna bloom up plenty again. I can't attack because if I attack it adds another extra guy to the battle. Which is, I don't want that. Thorn is fine as long as we're not dead. Ah, boy. Like, do I attack? I can't, so this is gonna be slow. I mean, it's fine. It's faster than if I restarted the fight, I think, but... It's this guy. So, this is why I was worried, is because my Earth guy didn't get a chance to wipe out this extra add-on enemy, which is why it's intensely unpleasant, and you have to deal with all this. Okay, now we'll get rid of the add-on enemy. So you can stop pepper thorning us. Not melon gem. How much he's... Oh, he saved his MP, so I don't need to heal him again. And I need to heal my Earth guy, and then we're back on track. Or this could happen, you know. That too could also occur. Alright, you know what? This I probably should have reset. But, ooh, man, that HP value is not looking so hot. Yes. Okay. Where is the worm? Okay. Funny enough, based on how many food item names there are in this game, spaghetti percent would be a pretty nice fitting name for it. Okay, he's just moving wood planet, which doesn't matter. That's actually really good that he did that, because it means he's not doing anything that does damage to us, which is commonly just Bloom of Plenty, but that's, you know, whatever. Alright, we'll get there. We'll get there. We've done about 10,000, 12,000, 13,000 damage. So I'll do one more... I'll do one more spell. A fire spell. Yeah, one more fire spell, and then... now I'll just start throwing fire bombs at this guy. And then we should be able to get him. So one last fire spell, and then we just start throwing fire bombs like there's no tomorrow. Yep, okay, fire bombs it is. Yeah, so you could see how that did 6,000 the one time, and then it did 4,000 the next. Which is because, for whatever reason, they decided to give the fire guys damage range, like, it completely makes no sense and is all over the place, so... well, healing 99, you know, I guess that's fine. Just start throwing blaze bombs. Throw blaze bombs. Blaze bombs. Can't be too far off death now. There we go, he's dead. Unfortunately, there's still these two guys left, which is really annoying. But they're nothing compared to that boss's damage, so... Fine, and we can just throw blaze bombs at them, so... There we go. Problem solved. Didn't even die. See? What are you talking about, spaghetti percent? Come on, I had this in the bag from the beginning, you know? Frankly, I didn't doubt myself for 1 second. I was completely composed the entire time. Not Wakey Tail. There we go. See? Everyone lived, everyone gets experience. Perfect. But frankly, couldn't have done better if I tried. And of course, I wasn't even trying, you know. I might be being a little facetious. You know, a small amount. Yeah, God Gamer. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, well, we made it through, and that's what counts. Alright, so that boss dropped the Garden Mitt equipment, which is the equipment I was talking about before, where if I equip it on my Wood Mage, it doubles the effects of all items that he uses. So that means bombs do double damage, healing items heal for double, so like a green frog normally heals for 150, but it will heal for 300 instead. And worms normally heal 50 MP, but now they'll heal 100 MP, so it's like, it makes things really good. And the bonus to bomb damage is really, really helpful because it allows me to easily do like huge elemental damage to lots of enemies at once, so it'll be pretty good. Right, so this is actually a super depressing scene. I didn't talk about it, but the one cat that, you know, suffered her whole life, sacrificed herself so that we can get this Millennium Gummy. Thanks! I really appreciate that. I mean, I don't know what else I could say about that, but, you know. That's 2 out of 5 Millennium Gummies. Alright. Our next target is going to be the Water Millennium Gummy on Cassia, the water planet. But that's not actually that one's not too bad. The water planet is actually way easier than the wood planet, but it's not so bad. Hey, come on. I mean, it's not like I asked her to do it. In fact, we kind of tried to stop her from doing it, but she did it anyway. So, kind of have to use her sacrifice wisely. What she wanted. Anyway. Help us save the world and all. Well, actually more than one world, actually, but yeah. Alright, that aside, off to the water planet. These guys outside my ship, I'm pretty sure you can, like, act as a taxi service for them, if you want. And I think you get something for doing that. But we don't have time to do that, so... I can't go ferrying around people all over the galaxy, what the heck? We're off to the water planet. Oh, I have to walk to town because, unfortunately, there seems to be a story event preventing me from teleporting there. But luckily all of these are... All these enemies are weak, so no problems running away. I didn't stop, no. The reason I keep talking to guys over again is because the R button talks to people, but it's also the run button. Yeah. Let's see here. Nope, I don't have a headband, and I'm supposed to remove the Link shirt. I do not have a straw hat. Thank you, game. I appreciate that. A straw hat. Garden mitts. Link's shirt. Spiky shoes, which I do not have. I have them somewhere, but where? Someone is wearing them. Main character? Yeah, okay. Hiking shoes then. And a dog snout. Okay, there we go. No, I have my own notes. but they have some parts of them that are kind of like not great. I had to rewrite these notes in part, and then even after rewriting them, some of the parts are still a bit vague. I assure you, if I was using a GameFAQs guide, this would be not only a lot longer, but I'd also be collecting a lot more items, and it would be way easier to beat some of these bosses. Well, the only GameFAQs speedrun walkthrough I have ever actually seen or heard of is the Final Fantasy X speedrun guide. That is not very good. I'm still waiting. There's the Final Fantasy X runner, Post to War. And he was going to do a run of that particular GameFAQs route. And I think he's still yet to do it, but I was very excited to see that happen. He's the world record holder, so seeing him go through a GameFAQs route would probably be pretty entertaining, considering it's not a very good route, but... in any case. Okay, so, yeah, Calderost, the guy with the hat, the cat with the hat, if you see what I'm saying, went and betrayed us again. What a surprise. We're gonna meet up with Parfait again. If you remember, Parfait helped us rob a house. But turns out she's actually a secret agent for this school that is like the sister school to our school that we had at the beginning of the game. So they're gonna help us get the Water Millennium Gummy. Oh, oops. Alright, so I'm gonna pick up some extra items here. So this is my last chance to actually buy bombs. And I actually want some extra yellow worms too, but my last chance to buy sparkle bombs, I think, pretty much. Or you might be able to buy them on Nova or something, but I wanna like really buy a lot of them. I'm gonna eventually need those for the last bit of grinding on the final planet. Alright, so the Space Police have gotten here first, which is not so good. Oh yeah, right. No, it's fine. How much is water aligned? Oh, that's good actually. Okay. Do nothing. I need to get to Chai, or rather, Pasta's turn. Okay, so he does a lot of damage now. Each bomb does way more damage now, so you can clear encounters pretty quick here. I want to grab some of this raincoat. Yep. Northwest chest, yes. Are they like Chrono Cross? Like, how do you mean? Are they like Chrono Cross? I'm not really sure what you mean by how are the elementals game alignments in this game like Chrono Cross. I would say they're, well, I mean, yeah, yes, they are weak. Oh no. If you mean like field effects, no. There's no field effect type effect. There's no residual bonus for using a particular element more times. Because in terms of being weak to specific elements, yes, they are like that. Because it's like a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. But yeah, there's no field effect thing going on. Actually, one of the cooler things about Chrono Cross, I thought, actually. Field effect was pretty cool. Interesting. Oh, these guys are, what am I thinking? They're a different element. They're Earth element for some reason. It's fine. I can use a Thunder Bomb. Don't have very many left. What is this again? Soul Tank. I think it sells for some decent money. Raincoat is the one you actually want, but... Okay. Ooh. Why not just use this? Oh, because it doesn't do anything. Oh. Yeah, I'm up for answering any questions anyone has, you know, as long as they're not, you know, sometimes you say there's not any stupid questions, but there are. So, most questions aren't stupid though, so I'm open to answering most questions about this game. I actually need to make this warp point. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Did I got it, right? I did make that warp point. What am I doing? This is like not paying attention. What the hell? Okay. I'm starting to fade Let me just check to make sure that I actually did make more points. What in the sweet corn do you think you're doing? Okay. Shadow bombs. Which I now have 40 of, which is good. Yeah, I guess you could call them bootleg stormtroopers. They're about as incompetent, that's for sure. I should just be able to use some sparkle bombs with chai, or rather, pasta here. Damn, he's gonna summon more. Oh no, he didn't summon more. Okay. Oh my good lord in heaven, that was a lot of damage. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. While relatively obscure, this game is not super obscure. I mean, trust me, I know what an obscure game is. I've run some very obscure games, but this game is not that obscure. It's it wasn't super popular, but it you know, it's decently well known enough. Right, I don't fight yet. Yeah, it is actually really nice that you get to use all 6 characters in battle. So we're gonna just blow this flying saucer off the top of the pyramid here. Some obscure games like there's some JP only games that I've done speedruns of, like Suzuki Bakuhatsu, which is kind of like a puzzle type game where you defuse bombs. Very good game, by the way. Would definitely recommend to anyone who likes puzzle games. It's on the PS1. That's excellent game. Another puzzle game, actually. Adi no Okurimono. Basically, Adi's Gift. Also for the PS1. The really cute puzzle game. And I've actually currently been working on a game that unfortunately people didn't pick up, called... Sorry, I'm just focusing a little bit on the combat. I have limited brain power at this hour. Sigma Star Saga is what I've been playing recently, which is another somewhat obscure game. That one actually isn't as obscure as the other two, but there's some really underappreciated games out there. And each game, you know, as long as it's good, deserves its time in the sun, you know? What I think anyway. What in the sweet corn do I think I'm doing? Oh god, what am I doing? Well, it's 4:28 in the morning for me here. Yeah, these guys ain't doing so hot. It's about 4:30 in the morning for me here. I don't know how... I can't remember how long I've been, I don't know how long I've been playing this game for. Because I don't have access to my own timer. Let me check. But, you know, usually somewhere is around the 6-7 hour mark I start getting pretty frazzled. Although I'll get my second wind probably. Oh, 6:02? Okay. Yeah, somewhere around the 8 hour mark I'll probably get my second wind. Start sharpening up a little bit before I fall apart at around 10 hours. Let's see. Interesting. What was it called? Oh, silver ring. Who has it? There's the magic wrist. Sandals. Star ring, glass slippers. He's already got glass slippers. Chai to the front row. Pasta. Actually, I don't think health matters here. Yeah, so we're good. Oh, I should probably save, actually, but this boss is not really... This boss is actually really easy, but, yes, I have to do some alignment changes, but, yeah, this boss is not anywhere near as tough as the last one. Oh yeah, good old Bait and Kados. I don't know if Zelnus is gonna run the Bait and Kados video in the corner this year for the regular really longathon, but that would be... I thought it was pretty funny when he did that before. Oh yeah, looks like I'm not gonna get a chance to save. That's probably okay. I'm just gonna need to switch around a few things. So not the robot. Good. So that move prevents you from attacking, which is really bad. Wow. That is a little bit far off from where I want it. Okay, gonna get this out and try and get Earth into alignment. Thankfully, everyone is pretty much faster than the robot. So, won't be too tough to even... I should still be able to get the buff onto him even before it turns into his turn. Yep. So, because he goes last. So here we go. This should do about 6,000 damage, which is about half of this guy's HP. Yep. So all we really need to do is make sure that the robot doesn't run out of MP, and hope to God that he doesn't get stuck with this charm status effect. But aside from that, there's not much to do in this battle. This one's a really not a super difficult battle. Oh, I also have to hope he doesn't get sick, I suppose. Nothing. Do nothing. Guard. Woo! Just... God, no! That's fine. I just need the robot's turn. Come on! There we go. Come on, man. Jeez. Alright, this may not kill, but it'll get him, like, within 200 health, and I'll just waste him with whoever the next character. Or it could just kill. I mean, that's also fine. Sick. 339 hours, new world record. Pretty good. Alright, we gotta chase after this guy because he stole the Millennium Gummy. I don't remember if I can warp out. No, I can't warp out. What am I talking about? I have to chase him. Well, you have to leave the game console on, so technically you're doing it for 24 hours a day. It lasts about 2 weeks, if I recall. Quake Bomb, yes. There are large portions of the run where you're just standing around doing nothing because you're waiting for an event to happen that's based on the in-game timer that ticks in real time. Oops. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I've watched a Final Fantasy VII Hundo when Caleb Hart runs it. Those are fun to watch. I'll be honest, I actually really like chocobo racing. What can I say? But long runs are fun. That's part of the reason why I like really longathon, because I really like long runs. I can't always do them myself, but I think they're fun. Comfy, you know, if I may. Alright, that's 3 out of 5. Millennium Gummies. Oh, did it? Well, I imagine, since you have to see the one guy's name over and over again, right? And, Bahamut as well, I think, right? What are the... There's like, you use 2 Aeons, a lot through that run, right? It's Bahamut and, whatever the bird guy is. I think. My memory of FFX... Yeah, Bahamut and Valifor. Oops. You know, the most amazing thing for me with FFX is... Okay, I've never played the game myself. I think the game is really cool. By the way. I never played the game myself. But I've seen the entire game in pieces, which is the silliest thing. It's like I've seen the entire game, but I've never seen the entire game all at one time. I've seen bits and pieces that make up the total to make up the entire game, but I've never actually seen the whole game. I don't know, I just find that kind of funny. But Final Fantasy X, I really see why people do like that game. At least, well, okay, maybe not. I think the ideas in it are really cool. Oops. I never... I didn't really like... some of the gameplay choices for myself personally, but I think the story ideas are really cool. Like Dreams Anarchind is... I always really liked the idea and how when the faith stopped dreaming, everything in Dreams Anarchind disappears. I don't know, I thought it was a cool idea, but I don't know, some of the execution of some of the scenes in that game are like good old ha 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 scene, as that one's a bit much for me, but but it is a good game. $15 for every Aeon to be named Valifor. Nice. Let's see. Raincoat. Sandals, which he already has. Pico gets the star ring. Doesn't have the star ring, because this is there instead. Robot gets totem studs. Full clip. And bird boots. I do not have. Who the heck is wearing the bird boots? Okay, interesting. I guess hiking shoes. I should be wearing something on my head. Oh. Bird boots, bird boots. There we go. Oh, and I forgot to move them in the back row. Dive through. Okay, there we go. Intentional, yeah. Unintentional and intentional, of course. Alright, buy a ton of frogs. A metric ton of frogs. Some worms. And some stone off tails. And a wakey tail. Okay, here we go. A, B, A3, CB, 88, ZC, and PO1K. There we go. Okay, so I have to read every single file on this computer, and then I have to exit out, move 2 steps, go back and read 2 more files on the computer, and then we're good. But this is basically, on the Earth planet, our plot is, it's basically the plot of, Soylent Green is, people, except it's, robot batteries are actually people. Hey, what am I doing here? Robotics. Anyway, our robot is about to die. Again. But you know, don't worry about it. We'll just fix them right up. Alright, so he gives him a little bit of juice. So his battery's not dead anymore. Alright, good. Alright, so we gotta recharge our robot. because he's running on fumes, basically. So it's back to the lab again, if you will. You remember this place from the very beginning of the game. If there's anyone who's still here from the beginning of the game, we go back to the ruins, and now we get to recharge our robot here. There's actually an optional boss if you use this left elevator, but I'm not going to do that. Because why would I fight an optional boss? I don't think it's incredibly challenging, but it's a decent challenge. If you're unprepared for it, I think it can really wreck you, but it's not like super incredibly difficult. I only did it like once on my first casual playthrough, so that was a long time ago, so. But it is at least a very cool boss. Do I want to recharge Bubba's battery core? Of course I want to recharge Bubba's battery core. No, it's like an optional goo person boss. I haven't fought it in a long time, so I'm not exactly sure how you get the fight to happen, but actually, I don't think this is anything. Yeah, it's a putty pea. I agree. Here, you know what? I think I'm a little bit ahead on time here. Maybe just a teeny amount. As a 6 hour. Well, it's hard to say. But let me see if I can actually show you. I'll make a save here. Oh wait, can I reset this? Yes, I can. I think if I just talk to this here... Can I do that? No, I guess I can't. I don't remember how you trigger it then. Okay, I forgot how to trigger it, so I can't do it. Maybe if you use this elevator, actually. I bet it's if you use this elevator. Oh no, this just goes up. Alright, yeah, I have no idea then. I can't remember. Do I have to... No, there's just nothing... Or actually, you know what? Yeah, maybe it is one more up. I haven't done this in years, so it's been a while. I'm just gonna trigger the boss fight and then I'll reset, but... Oh yeah, check this out. There you go. Yeah. Oh. It's a cool boss. But anyway. I may as well show it off since I think I'm a little bit ahead, but not by much, so I can't really fight the boss. But yeah, it's a really cool optional boss. I really like the idea for it, so if you're playing through this game casually, I definitely recommend you check that boss out. Alright guys, you ready for the coolest, most alpha Chad guy in the entire game? Magnus Muzzle Flash. And I should not have talked to Rogan Josh. Okay. But yeah, the boss of this area is Magnus Muzzle Flash. The man with not one, but 2 cannons built into his flying saucer. What a beast. Oh, a sage string. Oh, that must be the last piece of the sage equipment then. I was never able to find the whole sage equipment during my test runs of this game, so it must give you it must be the last part of the sage equipment. So what am I looking at here? So I actually want to save again here. There's some soldiers you're gonna have to fight here. Well, they're more space cops, but they can deal a lot of damage, so I gotta be a little bit careful. Yeah, so if it completes the Sage set, then when you have the full Sage set, you get like a huge bonus to your stats or something for having a complete set, just like... Oh, double XP, that's pretty good then. Yeah. Much like the... Oh, that's not good though. 197 health. E-burn. Yeah, so it's good for grinding. So if you're doing the end game bonus dungeon, it'd be really good. It'd be a really good set of equipment to have. Wow, 30 damage. Oh boy, that's not very good. Well, I don't know if I have a decent attack on this character though. Like 2 damage, what the hell? I really need Chai, or rather, Pastorino. Don't do it. Okay, good. The problem is he got burned, so he couldn't actually throw a bomb. Well, this actually won't solve my problem. I should just use some untimed spells and stuff. These guys have a lot of HP, so bit of a pain to get rid of these guys. Wow, okay. And he's dead. Well, alright. You know, such is life. Okay, they're almost dead. Or at least one of them is almost dead. Could be for getting the whole set, maybe. It gives you like a really huge bonus. I'm not sure. I've never gotten the full set, so... Okay, yeah. So then it would just be double XP for having the whole set. And if you don't have the full set, then you don't get double XP. No effect, rather. Which is a shame, but, I mean, you really gotta work for that grinding equipment. What? Oh, there we go. Alright, Magnus Muzzle Flash. Enter Magnus Muzzle Flash. I actually am holding one of them right now. I think I equipped it to a character before. It doesn't work. Because I almost always end up collecting the Sage Hat at some point. But it's not, it doesn't actually work. Oh. Gotta manage my equipment again. Who has spiky shoes? Why do I need spiky shoes on this guy anyway? Oh, because he's got bird boots. Oh, whatever, I'll just equip this. Oh, Jesus. These notes are a mess when it comes to this stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, so here we get to see the Sorbet's, or rather Rilly's, water magic. It'll force the gummy worms to come out of the hole. So I don't have to fight an extra enemy. I can pick up the red gummy worm. Is it this one? No, it must be... Okay, I missed a tail. Oh wow, this respawns. I didn't know that the red worm respawned. That's actually a really good item to have at the end of the game. But I missed this tail, I think. Yeah, there we go. Wakey tail. Saves me a couple thousand. Excuse me. Alright, so if you play this game casually, recommend when you get to the stone giant's back in the next part that you talk to all of the cube guys, because they all have funny names and they all have some funny text. They all want you to take something with you. Take them with you. It's a pretty funny area, but in the speedrun you're not going to get to see much of it, but one thing to note is that each of these little cube guys that I'm gonna see coming up, you can talk to them, get them as an item, and then you can sell them later. And And they sell for a not too bad amount, so it's somewhat worth it to get a few of them if you think you're low on cash. Yeah, I may actually go back and get more red worms, because you can't buy them, and they give you like a lot of MP back. It's really useful for the final boss. I don't know. It might not be that much worth it, but I think it's probably pretty good. Alright, so we'll just go ahead and use wind magic to spin this spiral and fly over to the stone giant. DS FMVs, not the highest quality, but it's kind of like, I kind of like how it looks because I think it looks a little bit like, you know, Myst, the old PC game. Which, I don't know, I think it's kind of a cool look to have. It's like an old, super old CG. And we're dead. Oh no, we're okay. Yeah, there's a few DS games with FMVs. It's not very common because it takes up a lot of space. Oh yeah, so look at all these guys' names. Feelin' in a Funk. Shoulda done it. What's the matter with ya? They all have like these kind of funny names. Much like the pirates. Yeah, so each of these guys you can talk to them and get them as an item. If you... Well, I actually might do this. I'll grab a few of these pirates. That's a big one. Yeah. So if you can talk to them and you get them as an item. It's worth picking up some of these guys. Why the long face? Because you can sell them for some good money. You're the boss of me. Yeah, I'm gonna pick them all up actually because I feel like I may run out of money at some point. So I'll just pick up the ones that are out here. What you staring at? I'ma eat ya. Yeah, so some pretty pretty fun names. But yeah, you can sell them later for some money, and they're not worth like they're not worth an extremely large amount of money, but they're worth a little bit. So they're somewhat worth picking up if you're a bit short on cash. So enemies here you can either run away or fight. There's no real reason you gotta fight them, but I have one Thunder Bomb left, so I may as well do it. There are actually more of them than the ones that I than the ones that I picked up. There's like a couple in the houses, but yeah, don't worry about that. What, pyrite trafficking? Hey, come on. They want to get out of here. Actually, they really want to get out of here because this stone giant is gonna collapse pretty soon. But just don't worry about it, man. Steen Key Pants. Or Steen Key Panks. Oh, I don't have any more, I better run. Escape failed. Just what I wanted for Christmas. Yeah, it would be Stinky Pants, actually. Stinky Pants. Because he complains about something smelling bad, and then says, "Oh, it's me." Damn. One of them must escape, surely. Okay, we're out of here. I believe it's this. Yeah, there's a few more pyrites in this area, I believe. So you can pick them up here if you want, but I think I've got my fill. Well, I might talk to a couple of them, actually. Just to see their names, now that I've already shown off most of them. Just not so good with this, Whoops. Oh, that's not good. Oh yeah, I forgot about these guys. Well, that's okay. Yeah, enemies in this area are a little annoying because you don't really care about them. They don't give super excellent XP, and you don't really need these fights, but if you can't escape, and I tried 5 times to do it, or, well, maybe not on this battle, but I did try like a bunch of times to actually escape, and it just wouldn't let me, so may as well just take the fight if you can't get away. I don't believe there are any pots in here, so I'm gonna have to manually refill all my, like this guy. What's this guy's name? Make me a sandwich. Yes. What is this? Fire, I think? No. Yeah, they're a fire. These guys are a little annoying. They... flood bombs be good against these guys. Ooh, I actually have time to do this. Or That's not the right way to put it. I'm actually able to dispose of them, or maybe not. I thought I was able to dispose of them, but I guess I'm wrong. Gonna be heat fondue from now till the cows come home. No one bothered to make one. Pretty much the only two people that have ever done speedruns of this game. You're my best bud. The only two people who have ever actually done a speedrun of this game are me and LCC. Talk to Dahan. He even says he's free money, just pick him up and sell him. God, I'm so sick of these enemies. I do not have thunder bombs, but I can use another type of bomb. Okay, so I need to actually start celestial swapping water. I'm almost out of MP on most characters, but I do need to start celestial swapping water because I need to. Let me check my chart. I need water to align for the boss fights. So. We're a bit far off, but that's okay. Since I'm probably going to get another encounter. Plus I'm getting some levels off of this, so it's not so bad. Okay, so there's some chests here. Furthest east bottom and closest to the exit. Chests. And an ice cube and the money. Now these pyrites, okay, so I wasted a lot of time picking up the pyrites, but they will come in handy later because I will be able to sell them for a lot of money. Don't worry about it. I mean, the Earth hurtles around space. It hurtles around in space at a extremely high speed, so I'm sure this is no different. While they may not have been worth the time if I go overtime, which I mean, I don't know. I think I was a little bit ahead, so I don't think I'm going to go overtime, but you know, don't want to risk too much. But I do think they are quite funny. Alright, so we talked to the giant's brain directly. You know, as you do. Yes, I know exactly where Nova is. It's in the middle of the sun. I'm not worried. Alright, well, good night, dear viewer. The VOD will be up eventually. Okay, let's make sure we're at full HP here. The magic is not as important. We'll go ahead and save. And use earth magic. Revealing ourselves to Magnus Muzzle Flash. Gee, Bill, how come your mom lets you have 2 cannons? I'm Magnus Muzzle Flash. Alright. So he's fire element. Oh god, I think he's dead. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, sometimes that happens. Well, woke up from his dirt nap just to go right back into it. Oh, dear, dear, dear. That is a little unfortunate. Alright, so Magnus has... oh, Jesus. That's fine, though. He has... Excuse me while I find my Wakey Tail. He has 2,200 or 22,000 HP, so I do about 4,000 to 5,000 HP per. I do about 4,000 to 5,000 HP per attack by my water mage, so that's pretty good. Yeah, well, I mean, sort of, but probably need to heal my water mage, or she also will soon be taking a dirt nap. Well, looks like it's time for her dirt nap. No, I better heal her. I'll just skip this. It's gonna make the battle take a little longer, which is unfortunate, but I used the ice cube, which I thought would do more, but ended up not doing that much. But we're okay. It's just gonna take a little longer. I might have to re-rotate the water planet back into alignment. That's okay. Yes, a dirt siesta. Perfect. Okay, I really can't do anything. I'm just waiting for my water mage to be able to go. Ooh, nice crit. Good thing I blocked that, or he'd be dead again. Or actually, well, that was a robot, so it'd be the first time he dies, but you know what I mean. Alright, another 5,000 is taking about 10,000 damage. Well, more than that, but you know. Yeah, dirt cheap. You might say. Uh-oh, here we go. Someone is going to die. Oh, he might live, actually. He has a lot of HP. He's scorched, though. But that doesn't matter. It's actually faster if he's scorched. Because all he gets to do is sit there and get hit by Magnus. So, if he's scorched, it skips his turn, which is actually not... It's actually a little bit faster. So it's 4,000, 5,000... Oh, it's about 6,000 per, so that's... probably about 1,800 damage so far. Somewhere around there. Somewhere between 16,000 to 18,000 damage so far. So it should be one to two more attacks by my water mage. Should do the job. Good I'm getting these blocks, because this could be much worse. This might kill. Might kill. If it doesn't, I can probably just attack with a couple other characters. Nope, not yet. Do I have any more flood bombs? Yes. He's close. Very close. Oh, one more should definitely do it. Oof. Well, at least he didn't crit. I don't have the mana for it. Well, that's not good, but I should still be able to, or I could just miss the timing on a level 1 spell, you know. God gamer that I am. And still kill him anyway. God gamer that I am. That was pretty bad, actually. But we made it through. We're alright. Missed the timing on a level 1 spell. That is not good. Alright, we're gonna blast him away. Or rather, the stone giant is gonna blast him away. Basically disintegrate Magnus because he decides to make the poor decision of attacking the ruins. Alright, rip Tectos. But he goes out in a pretty badass way, so what can I say? The man was he was pretty good. God bless this huge stone giant. Alright, it does a cool thing like Dragon Ball Z, where it shoots shoots the laser off the planet. It's pretty cool. Good stuff. But it's a little too much for Tectos, so he kind of doesn't make it through the stress of it, but he killed Magnus, so I mean, success. So yeah, rip Tectos. Yet another soul collected. It keeps happening. Alright, one last Millennium Gummy left. We just gotta get the Wind Millennium Gummy. So we're going to the Wind Planet. Oh, whoops. Get around these guys. Alright. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and meet the king of this planet, as you do. Okay, so I have to exhaust all dialogue options here. So this is how did you meet? What does he want? And something something gummy. Where's the Millennium Gummy? Yeah. Alright, we're good. Warp to the Beanstalk is where I'm going. So this is that warp point I made ages ago. And there's another red worm here, so I'm gonna pick that up. I said I'm gonna pick that up. Come here, you damn worm. Alright, there we go. Now that we have the Wood Mage, we can make this grow. This is a bean sprout. And be on our way to the ruins here, where the Millennium Gummy is, so... just gotta see if I can't, do something about this here. I think... Where's the circlet? No, circlet. Gold circlet. Replace with the shampoo cap. Oops. Circlet. So, what am I looking for? Yes, okay. So, I'm looking for 52... 52 IQ. Link shirt. Fun shirt? Well... No, I don't have any robes. No, glass slippers should be my highest IQ. Bird boots is fine. No. 47. Dog snout. Ribbon is 49. Oh no. I'm not even close to the amount I want. Well, that's unfortunate. So that means I'm gonna have to do two things in order to clear enemy encounters here, which is rather unfortunate, but whatever, I guess. I can't do anything about it now. Right, so these ruins are filled with illusions. So, you know, you're gonna see some things. I believe there's money up this ladder. Yeah, so unfortunately, not only is wood not empowered, but I also can't, I don't have enough IQ here to kill in one hit, so these guys get to act, which is really annoying. I mean, it doesn't really do that much damage, but it's really annoying. That too. The animation is very long. Oh well. If Chai gets a few more levels, rather Pasta, if Pasta gets a few more levels, then he'll be able to, he'll probably be able to, get enough IQ to clear this. Just a little unfortunate. $49 still, that's unfortunate. I didn't see if he leveled up. Oh, 5,000 Bira, that's good. I believe there's a good... It's a Marty mask, I think is the item down here. It's a good wind character equipment. How is it still not... That wouldn't have mattered anyway. I just want wood to empower already. The heck? Oh, there we go. You can get pretty close to, killing. Yeah, so see, it almost kills, but doesn't quite make it with timed empowered Briar Patch. Sadly. Alright, now that it's empowered, I should be able to clear the guy with the loot nose now, but... No. I could just do this. I don't know why I keep forgetting. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so we can refill here. What the heck? No! Okay, I just want the MP pot. There we go. Not much to these ruins. The boss that's coming up is actually quite an annoying boss, so it can be difficult. It's hard to say, really. It depends on how many of your character's planets are in alignment. So essentially, I don't have a weakness for this boss, so it's quite difficult for me to deal reasonable damage to it. So all I can do is rely on having empowered characters to just blast it. So hopefully it's not a problem. +1 IQ, I think that was. It's 50 out of 52. Still no one-shots, but... in any case, yeah, so... It's going to be a little difficult to kill this boss, because I have no weakness for it. It's light element, so if I had chosen dark element for my main character at the beginning of the game, I would have been able to... I would have been able to do a lot of damage to this boss, but it would have made the charred fights harder, right? So that's where you take your trade-off. And it's much more worth it to make the charred fights easy, so... Hold on, what is this? Both. Yeah, okay. So I want to heal. Oh, he's had 45 health left? Yeah, okay. Save, safety save. Oh, and I need to move... what is it? Yeah, these two into the front row. Okay. We're gonna fight this woman police officer here. So she has an attack where, and she's almost guaranteed to do it. She's just gonna send someone off into the nether realm. Yep, there it is. Alright, so, and goodbye. Goodbye, water mage. Gone for a long time, basically. She ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 2. She'll be back eventually, but unfortunately I can't really do much about that attack, so I just kind of have to let it happen. Well... Oops. So... She only has 18,000 HP, so... Not too bad. About 3-4 attacks with Wood Mage do the job, but... She have to hope that she doesn't kill him or something horrible. Well, it's not like I did it on purpose. Plus, she's not even dead. She's just, in the Nether Realm. Oh, there she is. Doesn't even do that much damage. Just, makes the character disappear for a while. That does a lot more damage. She's gonna try and swap, or she might actually swap Wood out. Yeah, she swapped Wood out, which is annoying, but understandable. I'm actually gonna Heat Fondue, try and get a little bit extra damage in. We're getting close. Okay, he can't attack because his attack would be worthless. Back row attacks aren't worth anything either. Alright. This should kill, in theory. Alright, there we go. Not too bad. It just, the battle becomes a lot worse if she sends your wood guy away. What are you gonna do? She's a vice cop. There you go. I don't know. Actually, I think she's in, what department is she in? It's like, Gren Security. Or not Gren Security, that can't be right. Paffoon Security. But just Planet Security? I don't know. Row. Moving back. Oops. Okay, so now we start getting into the optional equipment. I did actually get a dark robe, which is nice. That's a drop. Spinel ring, if I have it. And I do not have it in there. Oh, I did get a drop. That's really nice. Well, I mean, actually, shouldn't I be giving it to this guy? Oh no, that's actually worse. Okay, Spinel ring, fridge cap. Don't have a fridge cap. Because she's wearing the fridge cap. See if I got some airy sleeves. No, that's unfortunate. Airy sleeves are really good, but they're... So most of these equipments that I'm looking for are I might have gotten airy shoes. No. Most of these equipments I'm talking about here are optional drops, or well, optional drops. Well, they're random drops, so there's no guaranteeing I'll have them. So I just have to equip whatever the best equipment I have is, and that's about all I can do. Oops. Interesting. Oh, I'm not empowered anymore. That's not good. That's right. It's not going to do as much damage. We're all cursed. That's not very nice. I don't know if these guys just take like very little damage and have like low health, or if they are just like immune to magic or something. Can't remember. No, they just have low health. Okay. Well, that was not good. Alright, we're nearing the end. Getting close. A few more rooms. Jesus, all those curses, man. Ay, caramba. That's not good. That's good, though. Level up. And plus 1 IQ, so he's finally at 52 IQ. A little too late for it to be useful. Yeah, you can't be healed when you're cursed, yeah. You can still restore MP, but you can't restore HP. Alright, where am I supposed to go here? Which ladder is it? There's like a billion ladders here, so... third from the left. This one. There we go. Alright, heal up, and then there's the boss ahead. I said heal up, not walk into the ruins. Collision can be a little slippy in this game sometimes. Okay. Give it the old safety save. Switch my rows around. I'll put more people in the front row, I think. Alright. So yeah, this boss is a huge pain in the ass. He's got 18,000 HP, which is not too high. However, yeah, he has no weaknesses that I can exploit right now. I mean, I can use Shadow Bombs. I could use Shadow Bombs with my Wood Mage, but I don't have the Garden Mitts equipped right now, and even if I did, Shadow Bombs wouldn't do that much damage. Like, he casually stabs it, like, deeply stabs it. And it apparently does not react. Press the button? Who wouldn't? If Pokemon has taught me anything. Alright, so it's Light Elemental. My fire guy is empowered right now, so I'll Raisin Jam him. Basically Raisin Jam anyone who is empowered and ride them to victory, basically. There's not much else you can do. Yeah, you just have to hope to deal 1800 damage. Or 1800? Excuse me, 18,000. And it's nighttime. Great. Just great. Just in time for my main character's turn, of course. It's just... that's when it switches from from day to night. Well, I don't know what I expected. Alright, that's 1,000, so... Oh my god, and just as it becomes his turn, he becomes depowered. A cavalcade of failure. Okay, that's what, 2,000 damage? About 3,000 damage. Okay. No, not Mother's Nest. Celestial Swap. What do we got here? No, that's not good enough. I can't change it from night to day. What's the closest we got? This? Yeah, that's okay. Look, man. I just so happened to get incredibly... probably the worst possible timing for all of that. What can I say? Is there a... No, there's no timer on how long it's gonna take to come back. So I'm just gonna have to wait. So what was I at? 3,000? That's about 4,000 now. About 5,000 now. Uh, 6,000. Now I do need to heal a little bit here, so do that soon. What was I at? 6,000, so hey, 8,000, not bad. Oops. So 10,000 to go. Okay, about 9,000 to go. That's not good. Okay, he's gonna do a move that hits everyone on the team, so this is gonna be painful in a bit. Give it to my fire guy. So we're about halfway done the battle now. Okay, 7,000 to go. This thing, it's really annoying. It does a lot of damage. Six should be 6K to go. Ooh, not even close. 6.5K. Healing wing. Okay, 6K. Okay, 4K. Oh boy. Oh, now, right after my main character's turn ends, that's when it becomes, that's when it becomes daytime, is that right? That's some real nice timing you got there, game. Okay, should be 1.5K left after this. Okay, my wind mage is dead. Whoops. That was what? 1.5k? So 1k? Oh no, he died. Okay, good. There we go. Alright, success. We made it. Oh. Right. Yep, so we're entering the... Excuse me, we're entering the end game now. The final segments of the game. So we're getting pretty close to the end now. Well, actually, there's still at least 1.5 hours left. Probably a little more. So... Still got a ways to go, but... We're probably about 3/4 of the way through the game now. Maybe a little bit more. Free gummy. Okay. Just have to see this scene and I can warp back to my ship and we can finally install all those gummies into the ship. Okay, but first let's do some shifting around here. So Marty mask. Oh wow. Yeah, sure. It's even better than I thought. Okay, so I gotta take all the high IQ stuff off of this guy. What was his hat? I think it was a straw hat. Garden mitts. This didn't change. Spiky shoes. And a dog snout. I'm one single point of attack off from where I want to be. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But figures. It's not the fairy tiara, but star ring 45. Oh, I thought this affected my IQ actually, but it doesn't. Wow, too short of where I'm supposed to be on IQ. So I must be a couple levels underneath where I'm supposed to be, I guess. I'm not really sure. Either that or I could have gotten just really, really poor stat rolls, which is definitely possible. Yeah, unfortunately I won't be able to one-shot enemies. I'm gonna have to do some extra little bit of damage with my characters, and I'm also too slow to outspeed every single one of the enemies, so they're gonna get some attacks, which is a bit unfortunate, but I just didn't get good stat rolls. Raisin. Yeah. I think I'd be a little too highly leveled. We get to land in Condiment Tower, the tower where the dwarves are working, which saves us a little bit of walking time, at least. Alright, so we are under attack by pirates. Not a problem. We'll just take care of them. Unfortunately, we're gonna have a little bit of a harder time taking care of them than I'd like, but we're still okay. Yeah, so just gotta go take care of the pirate presence here. Alright. Oh. Also, I have to move my, I have to move some guys to the back row. I forgot to do that, but that's fine. I have 3 Quake Bombs, and I really would prefer if I had a lot more than that, but... nothing I can do about that. Also, it would be nice if I had empowered wind magic, but I don't have that either, so... Really, I have nothing. Nothing is good about what my scenario is right now, so... you know, that's whatever. You know, sometimes things just don't work out. It's okay. Oh, yeah, I suppose it is morning now, isn't it? It's 6 in the morning. Let's see. What was I gonna do? Row. That's better. Okay, so as long as I don't touch any of these pirates, I won't get into a fight with them. So we're just gonna let the dwarves do their thing. They seem to be holding off pretty well against these pirates, so I'm not too worried. They can handle them. They'll be fine. Well, alright. Wait. Briar Patch. Oh. Just do the repeat command. There we go. Well, there goes my empowered status. All right. Right, so the Space Police have this... and of course the Space Police are working with the pirates, if you didn't catch that plot thread from a while back. But, yeah, the Space Police have set up this giant cybernetic Tyrannosaurus Rex. Because of course they have. But not to worry. We'll take care of that, and then we can go back to our ship and take off. Where in the seven hells? Where's all my guys? Oh, there we go, pirates. So they sell for 1,600 each, which is quite a bit of money, right? So you can just pick up a bunch of pirates and sell them. So that's quite a bit more money. Oh, I did have the windy boots. I gotta equip that. So I want to buy a lot more bombs. Ivy bombs. Thunder bombs. Quake bombs. I'm gonna buy a few flood bombs even. And some skull clips. Let's see. Straw hat, garden mitt, dog snout. Oh wow, I already have it equipped. There we go. Windy shoes. They give you quite a big boost to agility, so that's pretty good. Skull clip. Oh yeah, there we go. Skull clip gets you to 50. Circlet star ring. Don't have the star ring. Who has the star ring? Unequip. Alright, there we go. No, there we don't go. I didn't mean to shop again. Okay. I want to rest at the inn until morning time. I'm actually... Yeah, I stay until morning, I guess. Alright, yeah, and I gotta deal with the Cybersaurus. Because, I mean, you know, when you've got such an inflated budget like the Space Police must have, if you can spend money on a giant cybernetic T-Rex, I mean, frankly, what are you doing if you aren't spending your money on a giant cybernetic T-Rex? Am I right? Alright, I'm gonna pick up this extra red frog here. And a couple extra blue frogs. Ah, exactly. I even referenced that code earlier as well. Alright, these encounters are definitely not important. So you just run away on the first turn. Alright, so if you touch one of these space police, though, you'll get into a battle. So you don't really want that to happen. So gonna just be careful and try and avoid the space police. That's true, it is a lot more like Digimon. Okay, you gotta be careful running through that area, but you want to go through quick too, because those guys move around quite fast. Okay, safety save one more time, and move main character to the front row. Should be fine. Alright, Cyber T-Rex. Alright, so the Cybersaurus has about 20,000 HP. So yeah, we'll try our best. And of course he attacks the main character first, because God forbid the game doesn't do exactly what I don't want it to do first. Where is it? Raisin Jam. And again, does exactly what I don't want. I know, right? Cannot even imagine having anything other than bad luck. How is my fire guy faster? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, 48. Yeah, that's about a quarter of his health. Do I... What am I doing? No, I don't need to do that. What the hell am I doing? I'm being silly, that's what I'm doing. I can get some extra damage in, not very much though. Like, literally just attacks the main character. Alright, we'll use Parsley Wall. This sets up a barrier that I think prevents crits or something. And makes damage a little bit less. Where is it? There we go. So this red frog gummy, it's like 600 HP is not very much, so it's actually not too bad. What's my star chart look like? Ooh, not bad. I get the extra empowered character. This will be able to push a little bit more extra damage, which is good. More damage I can push, the better. Since daylight is going to fade out probably in a couple turns. Sparkle. There it goes. Nighttime. I knew that was gonna happen though, so I'm not really surprised. Cybersaurus doesn't actually cast any magic, so I'm not really worried about it being nighttime. Ooh, she can't aim her shield. Or she can't aim her attack, so I may as well just use the shield. Skill. Oh, actually I should have buffed my fire guy. Whatever, it's fine. No problem, no problem. So, throughout this entire battle, the Cybersaurus has not attacked any character other than my main character. Coincidence? I think not. Oh, you are. That's right. You're right. He did yell a single time at the lizard. So I'm going to raise him again. That's right. I can't say he did. I can't say he only attacked. Okay, he's only ever bit my main character, who is now dead. You know, as the main character is wont to. Now dead. I have no idea how much this guy... Oh, well, he's dead. Never mind. Easy. Easy fight, easy life. Easy game, easy life. Just, what do you do when your enemy is causing you trouble? Just kill him. No problem. I think this pretty much happens every boss fight. I almost like have no idea when the boss is gonna die, and then I just like I'm surprised when it suddenly happens. Yay. Alright. Time to go to the sun. You know. As you do. Just fly into the sun. It doesn't matter. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, so the dwarves are still fighting the pirates, but don't worry about that. There we go. All right. Rogan Josh. Where is money? Many of us have often asked this question in our lives. Indeed, where is money? It's a question some of us may never know the answer to. Alright, into the center of the sun. By the way, this is the rarely seen egg bay. If you were to connect your cartridge wirelessly with another person's cartridge through the Amigo system, you could get an egg, which would hatch into a party member that had a different kind of magic, I think. It would be of one of the main elements, but like they'd have maybe different spells or something. I'm not really entirely sure how that worked, but because I never really got to do it myself. But it was a nice concept anyway. Check out the brain on Dr. Science over here. Yeah, pretty good. Alright, so first thing, I forgot to do this last time I did a run of this game, but first thing I gotta do is make a warp point. Yes. And just like that, it's all taken care of. And thank God for it. Alright, let's buy some frogs. Oh, 40 frogs. I'm actually going to buy a bunch of green frogs as well, since I don't think you can buy these on the last planet. Some worms. None. No, wait, yes. A bunch of worms. Let's see. Heaven boots. I need 1, 2, 3, 4 heaven boots. 1 ruby studs. Alright. It's 1 ruby stud. I actually have way more money than I expected to have here. I'm gonna buy some Wakey Tails. But that's all. I'll save the rest of the money for the last shopping thing that I'll do, which will be in a little bit. Okay, so equip heaven boots. Interesting. Makes you faster though, at least. And ruby studs. Ooh, 29 power is pretty good. Windy boots become heaven boots? No, they don't, or... Oh yeah, that's fine. Main character. What? Heaven boots. And my water mage. Yep. So check my order, make sure. Yep. Okay, that's correct. Alright. So now I just gotta go all the way around to the other side of Nova. Which is why you needed to make the warp point, because if you don't, then when you have to go back, you have to walk all the way back around the planet again. So it's a good idea to make that warp point. Alright, so everything should be light aligned here so you can use shadow bombs. That is, if they don't take care of the encounter for you. What a polite enemy running away. How nice. Didn't cause me a lick of trouble. So what happens when it becomes daytime and you're inside the sun? I have a feeling that isn't a good thing to have happen. And yet it doesn't seem so bad. Oh yeah, these guys. Grenadine and 4 yes men. Exactly, just like a desk lamp. At night, the sun just turns itself off. No problem. Accurate. 90% beard by volume. Very accurate. Oh, just take care of these otters, they're not too hard. Unfortunately, they do this BS, which is they steal your money and kill you, but, you know, I'm more annoyed at the steal your money part. I guess I forgot to heal at the rocket. That was kind of bad of me. Whatever, though. It's a shame, though, that I am going to lose some experience on my main character, since I do need the main character to level up soon, but it's okay. Yes, the Queen of the Lumites can maybe help us get to the dark planet inside the sun. Yeah. Sure, yeah. That definitely is a thing that can happen, sure. There's no way that she's, you know, dead or anything. I mean, that would just be impossible. I mean, frankly, the fact that last anyone ever heard of her was, what, 20 billion years ago? I mean, like, I'm sure that has no influence on whether or not she's alive or dead. But we'll just go in there, talk to the Queen, get to the dark planet Shadra. No problems. Okay, so there's nowhere to heal yourself inside the palace, as far as I can remember. So I'm actually just gonna go ahead and heal here. Now, another annoying thing is there's no way to change it from night to day inside the palace. So you just kind of have to hope that by the time you get to the next boss, it's daytime. The pirates don't have a ship. Actually, the pirates don't have a ship at all. They actually teleported here. Using the teleportation device on the fire planet. That was back when we got our water party member. That happened. As for all the rest of the dwarves, it's like if you ever heard it, what they did in Ace Combat, where they just said, yeah, so planes used to be super complicated, and then they just made them really, really not complicated and very cheap to make. Well, they did that, except for the etherealization process. So, you know, you did all that work for to get the gummies, and then it turns out you can actually do it with 2 cobwebs and a pair of scissors, and bada bing, bada boom, you're in the sun. No problem. Oh yeah, the queen is dead, so... oops. Guess that's not so good. Alright, so this here Starway, just gotta fix the Starway so we can go to Shadra. Unfortunately, I'm about to get absolutely ravaged by the boss here because it's almost nighttime, and by the time I get to the boss it probably will be nighttime. And I really, really, really do not want it to be nighttime. So I might actually go out of the palace and try and get an encounter so that I can change it to be daytime, because this boss is really hard if it's nighttime. If it's daytime, the boss is not too much of a problem. But if it's nighttime, you are probably screwed, so yeah, we'll see. Yeah, but you can see that we're on the last legs of daylight here. Oops. What is this? Fire. You can tell which magic type to use by the colors around the mirror up above the cauldron on the upper screen. Yeah, so each one of these cauldrons you get to see some memory from the past of Kale. But I don't really care about Kale, so this can't get past it fast enough. Oops. Which one is this? Earth. I also have it written down, which cauldron goes where, but you can figure it out quite easily. What's this? Water. Well, again, everyone who's ever read that book has died. Also, everyone who's ever drank water has died. Everyone who's ever breathed oxygen has died. Clearly, there's a trend here. They're all deadly killers. Exactly. You want to know something real spooky? You've got a skeleton inside you right now. Watch out. It's about to that level. I think a more reasonable thing would be everyone who's ever read this book has died in a freakish accident in a similar manner. Then it's like, oh wow. Now it all makes sense. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. Plus your water mage read it and then she's fine. So what the heck? Ah, really? He's fine. Oh, right. So this is the dark one. We don't have a dark character, so we're just gonna have to step into this arch. And become a putty. Look at me, I turned myself into a putty. Now I have access to dark magic. See, the book is called the Book of the Darned, and hold on a second. And as we all know, darning is the act of fixing a hole in a knitted, some kind of knitted cloth. So I'm sure they were all horrible, horrible knitting needle related accidents. The Book of the Darned, indeed. Oh yeah, all the planets align so that we can go to Chadra, the dark planet. But don't worry about that yet. Indeed, what did you do to Bubba? What the heck? Yeah. Broken again. I shiggy diggy doo. But it was an easy fix, at least, this time. Oh yeah, the putty does look a bit like Gumby, actually, doesn't it? Oh my god, yeah, so it's nighttime. Oh, I mean, I guess I can do this fight at night, but it's really bad. Like, this fight is awful at nighttime. I'll just have to hope that it transitions to daytime pretty soon, which it's not going to, but let me pretend, please. Or, well, would it be faster? No, no, I don't think it would be faster. I'll just have to deal with it. I'm just gonna have to try. He's got 20,000 HP, so... do my best. I don't know the timing for that very well. Raisin Jam. Yeah, so this guy's dark aligned. He does cast Shadow Die. Shadow Die! Get it? But anyway, yeah, that does a lot of damage. Especially, yeah, so when he's empowered, it does a ridiculous amount of damage. So, yeah, that's not good. Oh, don't do this. Oh, okay. I don't care about that, so that doesn't really matter. Okay, 20,000. How much am I doing? 1,866, so about 2k. Okay, yep. So 3k. $6k. Let's see. Lotus Barrage. This is a thing attack that, yeah, I think... So this can do a lot of damage, or it can actually just instant kill your character. It's random whether or not it does instant kill, but it's a very unpleasant attack. If I may be so bold. Alright, what we got? 1790. $11.20. Okay, well, there's nothing I could have done about that. Okay. Probably this guy's best, because he's got the highest damage right now, the Earth robot. Bubba. Good old Bubba. Oh, it's finally daytime. Not sweet meat. Not that either. I can now buff the main character and have it actually matter. Alright, check this damage out. That's a lot of damage. He's got about 3,000 life left. Well, rip. Oh yeah, the planets are supposed to be in a line right now. Well, don't worry about that. Okay, I don't even understand what the point of him having 2 attacks is if all he's going to do is attack the same character twice. Why not just give one... Why not just give him one big attack that does 1,000,000 damage as opposed to giving him 2 attacks that don't do quite as much damage? I mean, you're just gonna attack the same guy anyway, so there's no difference. It should actually kill if it does about 3k. Good. So that wasn't as bad as I had thought it would be. However, yeah, I did die twice. Main character did die twice, which is really annoying. Alright, let's get on to Shadra. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Oops. Yes. I would like to go to the Dark Planet, thanks. This dickhead. True, true. Just think, right? All these deep platitudes and talk of the world ending is coming from a chicken that just got cooked. Alright. So we're finally off to Shadra after a bit more drama. Encounters here are a little rough now, but we can do some good damage with Shine and Sparkle Bombs, so it'll be good to use those. Yeah, let's not do that right now. First, let's restore our HP and MP. And do our final bit of shopping. Well, actually, I guess it's not entirely the final bit of shopping, but... yeah, so we'll just buy few more stuff. Bunch of frogs, bunch of worms. Buy some Versatales, these cure any status ailment, and some Wakey Tails, because good lord in heaven, I've died so many times. Yeah, that's about it. Now, encounters in this area, there's some guys that are wandering around this area that are pretty annoying if you get into an encounter with them, so... let's see... What is this? Go past first and second bridges. I said you don't want to touch these guys because they'll bring you into an encounter that is really hard. First up third bridge. East and down bridge. Okay, so I want to set wind to be just before its alignment. That was unfortunate. Sparkle bombs are good here. Can I go all the way around? Wow, I can almost go a full 360 degrees all the way around the sun. That's funny. I'm almost at the level where I can do that. Not that I would ever have any reason to do that, but... Funny to note. And main character's dead again. God forbid they attack anyone else. Oh, whoops. Nope, just really unlucky. Extremely unlucky. Okay, buddy, don't want that encounter. Pick up these. Where are they? Mandrake shoes. Okay. And as expected, attack the main character. No, not Mother's Nest. Falcon Dive, that's what I'm looking for. Alright, Lassie can actually, or sorry, Rocky can actually deal some pretty damn good damage now. If she's empowered. That's good. Fight these Pukas. And one Das Rolo, or whatever his name is. Dab Hasnell, that's what it is. Oh, great time for it to turn to night. And by that I mean it's the worst time for it to turn to night. And the main character is dead again, but I mean, frankly at this point, that's expected. And he's dead too. Isn't that nice? What was even the purpose of that? There's one of them dead. There's the second one dead. And he's dead too. Alright. My entire front row is dead. That's not right, man. The only one that really, really deeply needs the experience is the main character, so I'll revive her. But yeah, this is a little annoying. He's almost dead. And he moved... he moved the wrong planet out of alignment, so... Because I guess he thought that my wood guy was dealing damage, therefore I need to move wood out of alignment. Turns out that's not how that works, because the wood guy was dealing damage with items, so that actually didn't do anything. But for once, the AI being incredibly stupid. To my advantage. And there we go. I need the experience on the main character. Anyone else is not really that important. I mean, who knows? Maybe this game isn't fair. I don't really know what to tell you. I'm having really bad luck with these night to day cycles, but not much I can do about that. Alright. Alright, I gotta do a menu here to equip some stuff. Okay. That's not correct. This guy gets the sun shirt. Sorbet, rather, really. It's a raincoat she's already wearing. Rocky gets the dark robe. which I believe is on my main character. So I actually want to keep that there. And heavy metal. Oh, wait, that's not right. Okay, whoops, Link's shirt, and it's this guy. This guy gets the heavy metal. Okay, there we go. Oh, right. What? Yes. Yes. Did I say no or something? Right, whatever. Anyway, we're good. We're good. We're good. Right. Oops. Yeah. So we gotta go kill the worm that's gonna eat the sun, whose name is also Shadra. But it's not that bad. Alright, so the police are actually back on the good side again. Finally back on the good side. Get some help from Bree. Oh god, and I don't believe I want to open any more chests here. No. Oh wait, maybe I do actually. Well, one of these chests I'm looking for has got a robe in it. Can't quite remember which one it is though. Maybe it's this one? No. No, it isn't. Ooh, that's jam. Some melon jam, I think. That's not useful. I can't quite remember which chest has the good stuff in it. It's actually good that it's nighttime right now, because there's a boss coming up soon that I'm gonna have a... oh boy, I'm gonna have a heck of a time dealing with. Okay, just be careful. You don't want to touch any of these guys or you get into a fight with them. Oh, now it's daytime. That's actually bad. Because I want it to be nighttime right up until I get to the next boss, and then Hopefully at that point it'll be daytime throughout most of the next boss encounter. It's not super hard, but it makes it much easier if it's daytime the whole time. But yeah, this XP that you get for these encounters is really good, so... Okay, Star Robe. Okay. Oh, alright. Gotta be careful. Nice miss. That was actually really good. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is the next boss. Let me just heal up. Make a safety save. Alright, so it's charred again. And yeah, there's not much else to say other than that. It's charred, but again. So we'll pretty much muck them the same way we did before. Okay. Start out Raisin Jam. Mother's Nest. So this is an auto heal kind of effect that we get here with Mother's Nest. But aside from that, not much else to do but try and push damage. So Charred 3 has 20,000 health. Well, it's not too bad. So about 2k damage. Dazzle Darts is really annoying. Hopefully this doesn't hit too many times. It's not so bad. Alright, how much damage are we gonna get? We're at 2k right now. That's about 7k. Okay, about 8k. Well, I missed the timing for the big move. Oh, this ain't actually gonna do that much damage. Yeah, 9k. No, Sparkle Bombs. Almost 10k. And it's nighttime, so that's really annoying. I knew this was going to happen. Not much I can do about it, though. Okay, so I was at 10k, so it's about 12k. 14k. Ooh, this ain't good. I think that might just kill me anyway. Oh no, only 462 damage. That's not as much as I was expecting. $14k, so he's got about 6k health left. 5k health. Do I bother with this? They have 4k. More dazzle darts, huh? Oh, should have about 2k, and this should finish him off, maybe? Possibly not. I'm not sure. No, okay, my count was off, yeah. Probably by about 1,000 or more, but... Should be almost dead, though. There we go, got him. That was not too bad. This guy's supremely delusional at the end. He was like, everything's according to plan. Me dying? That's according to my plan. I planned all of this. Yeah. And yes, he does in fact look like a circus exploded all over his face. Alright, refill my HP. Okay, so... I need to get to level 52 before the next boss fight. So... there's going to be a little bit of grinding. So this is the point in the game where I actually have to grind, like, quite a bit. I have to get to level 56 before I can fight the final boss rush. And 52 before I can fight the next boss. So it will be a bit of a grind. I used to grind up to level 60, but I don't do that anymore. Since I found out it's not necessary. 56 is good enough. But because we have to grind anyway, we just run around the cave collecting treasure. May as well. Is. I don't know what element these guys are. I think they're earth. And I have no mana. Of course they're earth. Did I not heal mana? I guess I must not have healed mana. Okay, generally, if I have a bomb and aligned wind magic, that's actually going to be good enough. So I just want to align wind here. To make things go faster. I don't have that much mana on most of my characters though, which is a bit unfortunate, but oh wow, he has the most mana of everyone. I guess I may as well use Celestial Swap. Oh, oh well, whatever, it's fine. Alright, there we go. Recovery. Probably should have bought more yellow worms, not gonna lie. Like a lot more yellow worms. I thought there was a chest there, but no, I guess not. Let's see. These guys are thunder bombs. Certainly looks like a tasty cave. This gummy cave. That's not the correct tab. These guys have a lot of HP. More than I thought they had. But there's not really anything I can do about that now. Very unpleasant. Of course. Main character dead. No? Not dead? Wow. That's surprising actually. Oh, now dead. No, not dead. Not dead. What the heck? Okay, now dead. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Get the hell out of here. How is this guy not dead yet? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, this is a very unpleasant encounter. I don't know how much health these guys have, but whatever it is, too much. Let's see. Could I? Oh no, not really. Yeah, I'm not getting good luck here. Oops. And here we go again. See, these guys appear to be near death, but I can't really be sure. See, they ain't smiling anymore, but I don't know why they still get to go. Made stupider by the fact that they actually they all get an action, which, like, they all have to be at a pretty high life value. So I guess I really must have gotten absolutely terrible stat rolls, because I can't otherwise imagine how I wouldn't be able to kill these guys without by doing my standard fair attacks. Really annoying. Alright, well, at least no one died that time. Okay, so only 3 more levels to go. I really would prefer other enemies, though. So, but the enemy spawns do change later in the cave, so. Okay, so let me see here. North side. To get 2 items. Five red frogs. Wait, am I in the right place? Well, it doesn't really matter. I have to grind anyway, so I can just wander around as much as I like, pretty much, as long as I get into encounters. I see crit. Great. Sparkle Bomb should work. I thought it would work, but I guess maybe not. Well, at least resource-wise, that wasn't too bad. A putty pea, really. Well, that's not worth anything to me. Oh. Okay. What the heck? Oh, it doesn't matter. Here I am getting lost in the last cave. I'm not really remembering where I'm going. But again, it doesn't really matter, but still, I would prefer to at least have some idea of what I'm doing. Ivy Bomb, I think, is good. Alright, 2 more levels to go. The reason I need to grind to this particular level is because I'm looking to get the skill Nova Sword, which is the ultimate spell for my main character. Because I'm going to need it for the final bosses, so... including the boss that's just coming up right now, so... oh, great. What does this do? It does mana damage? Interesting. Not really sure how I even blocked that. Okay. Whoops. Wrong tab. Interesting. Not sure if I can kill these guys with a sparkle bomb. I'll try it, but... okay, good. $8,000, which isn't super relevant right now, but that's okay. Could have sworn I blocked that, but... of course. Oh, man alive. Well... well, I hope I'm fast enough to kill before the main character dies. Alright, good. Whoops. Oh wow, yellow worms. That's actually good right now. I'm starting to run out. I don't know what element these guys are actually. Oof, 580 damage. Okay. Oh, they're wood. So, fire bombs? Blaze bombs. Oh, that takes care of those guys handily. Interesting. Alright, well, we can get a little cutscene here. But before we go north, we're gonna want to get to level 52, because this is about the last. This is the last room before. Alright, this is the last room before the boss. Or, well, sort of anyway. We'll just hang around here and level up. This is a tri-elemental battle, which is very annoying, but all the enemies are somewhat slow, so that's actually quite nice. Some flood bombs be okay. And it's nighttime. Okay. Come on, one more. Alright. Alright, one more level. That didn't take very long, eh? I only need one more level, and we're right where we need to be. So I just need to get one more level before we go to the boss. I can equip cobalt studs and I think earth armor. Sparkle bomb. Unfortunate that that did not do as much damage as I had hoped. A little irritating, that. Fine. Alright. Oh yeah, 51, okay. There should be only one or two more encounters to get that extra level I need. Okay. Oh, well there we go. Just the one more battle. There we go. 52 learned Nova Sword. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so I just gotta heal up. That's actually probably fine. Okay, so on to the next boss. I say as I get around these huge holes. Yeah. Alright, so this boss is kind of an interesting one. It's light element, which is not good, if I recall. Or maybe it's shadow. Actually, I can't remember what element it is. But the point is, I can't deal a whole lot of damage to it. Which is annoying, but still not too much of a problem. But the real problem with this boss is that what's going to happen is it's sometimes going to take one of my attacks and just suck it up, and the tendrils on its back will grow. So when that happens, after a few of those attacks, it'll start to... or it'll open up its mouth and do a big move that unleashes all the energy it absorbed. So essentially how you want to fight this boss is just shoot off level 1 magic, because you never know when it's going to eat the spell. And then slowly grind it down until it does the cannon move. And then once it does the cannon move, it's not going to suck up any more spells for a while, so you can unleash your most powerful magic at that point. $500. So you'll know when it's eating a spell, because the screen will remain in its zoomed out mode, as opposed to zooming in on the character, like right here. It grows some tendrils. Well, I'm gonna do this even though it's probably a stupid thing to do. I'm gonna buff the main character. Because it's daytime, so hopefully I'll do a lot of damage with my max power move once it unleashes the cannon. That's the hope anyway, but I'm not actually sure that this is gonna work out, so we'll see. Not really eating a lot of my spells, which is kind of annoying, but can't really do anything. I don't want to potentially waste like 60 mana on nothing. There should be one more and it unleashes its sword power. Wow, 1770, that's actually quite a bit of damage. Alright. Where's Worm? Oh yeah, I gotta do 25,000 damage. So, this is a... If it doesn't fire the cannon, then it's gonna be a long one. Oh, there we go. He's doing it. And he's dead. Whoever gets hit by it is like 1,000,000% dead. Well, I guess I don't really need to revive him. Probably would be a good idea, but that's fine. Yo, my man Palmer. The Palmer? Well, thank you very much to Palmer. I had actually hoped he was going to submit Beyond the Beyond to this. I want to see Beyond the Beyond in a marathon. I've been watching him grind that game recently. Yeah, big fan of Palmer. If you don't know Professor Palmer, you should check out his channel. He does a lot of RPG speedruns and some interesting games. A new record today? Is it sub 5? Because I know he lost a bunch of time to making a mistake sometime in his last record. .507. I don't even know how much lower you can push that game, but it'd be interesting to see, though. Otogatun, the god of Beyond the Beyond. Eight minutes ahead before the grind and lost 7 minutes, dude. No, man. At least, yeah, at least sub 5 looks like it's possible. It's a shame. That grind can really screw you. Alright, we got about 4,000 damage to go on this boss. Or it could have been 1,000 damage. How long am I at right now? Because there should be somewhere between half an hour to an hour left. 9:37. Yeah, so there should be somewhere around half an hour to an hour left. Which will be a nice little 30 minutes underestimate if I can get 10.5. Yeah, no. I just have to grind up to level 56, which won't take very long. And then I go right into the final boss gauntlet, which also doesn't take that long. So not too much more to go. Okay, so we get into the final grind chamber, this big half circle. This is the final grind chamber because there's a couple of those mana restore pots, or health and mana restore pots in here, and a merchant, and you basically just run around in here to get the encounters. We're almost there, guys. Almost. Ow. Yeah, the final bosses are not that difficult. The first of the set is Master Kale and the Gummy Giant, which can be a little difficult, just because the Gummy Giant can do a lot of damage, and Kale's magic can be somewhat problematic. However, for the most part, you just need raw levels to survive that fight, which is what you level for. The final boss is actually easier than the boss that comes right before it, so... Oh, there's one level already. 53, so only 3 more levels to go. Buy a bunch of blue frogs. Bunch of worms. Some versatiles. And a bunch of wakey tails. Alright. I might actually stop at level 55, since I didn't have any trouble last time when I was at level 55. I'm not entirely sure just how close I can cut it before I go into the final boss encounters, because I think LCC went in at level like 54 or something, 54 or 53, like what level I am now, and he had absolute, like, it took him for a ride, so it would be best if I don't have the same kind of problems, and if I only have to get 1 or 2 levels to get there, then that's good, but it's a bit hard to say. So I'll actually try going in at level 55, which is just a couple levels away. And if that doesn't work out, and I'll know pretty quickly if that doesn't work out, then I'll grind the extra level. But it'll save us a little bit of time. Keep missing the timing on that. Might have to tighten up for the last fight, because missing the timing on that the last fight is not going to cut it. Everyone is cursed. Quake should do. Alright, one level closer. Alright, we're just gonna do one more level and then right into the final boss. Get hype, guys. Yeah, don't strain yourself. Suppose it's not that exciting, but we are getting close to the end of the game. Not that much left. Oh, I mean, like, literally just the final boss is left. Been a long journey. There have been some interesting things that happened during this run. Certainly some things I did not expect to happen happened. Yet more things I did expect to happen happened, like the main character getting targeted and killed several times. But you know, you can't have everything. Least of all, an alive main character. Ooh, this is actually not a good attack to take. This can give you the sickness status, which means you can't cast magic. And what do you know? Actually, okay, well, I might grind one extra level, but only because you want to go into this final fight when it's daytime, and we just started nighttime, so I'm going to keep grinding until it becomes daytime, and then immediately go into the final fight. The reason why is Kale is Dark Element, and so you do not want to have him casting spells and dealing a whole bunch of damage. It does help that battles progress time a lot faster than being out of battle. It will take it'll take less time to get to daytime. Okay. Sparkle. Wow. 2 misses. Okay. Okay. I definitely want to get rid of this guy. Alright, that's the last level I need. But I need it to be daytime, so do have to keep going until it is daytime, which should be only one more battle away. So after this battle, I should be able to go right into the final boss. Because of this, I'm gonna try and start aligning some of my planets. Let's see, wood is aligned, wind is not, fire's the nearest. Oops. I want at least one of my planets to be aligned for the true final boss, just because dealing damage is difficult otherwise. Fine. Go with the Quake Bomb. Okay, so night is like almost completely over, so that's okay. I'm gonna go right into the battle. Get this one over with. Alright, so Kale and the Gummy Giants. I want to target Kale first. So... let's do it! Alright, here we go. Fairly impressive looking gummy giant. Just in time for day. Is really good. Falcon Dive, I don't mind too much, but this can do some serious damage. That's quite a bit. And Gummy Spread immediately is really bad. So this damage is really high. But there's not much I can do about that. Where is it? Oh, it's way back here. Raisin Jam on the main character. Only 510? Oh, I did not expect that. Ah. Oh, come on. As long as it doesn't kill him. Almost kills him. Okay, so Kale has 18,000 health. So we're gonna try our best. To kill him real fast. 9999 seems pretty good. This is the penultimate boss, so it's the boss right before the final boss. Three, 518. He's got about 5,000 health left. It is essentially a melted pack of Sour Patch Kids. Very, very likely I will be going underestimate. Can't say for absolute certain. But I should be okay to go underestimates here. Let's try Red Worm. My PV is 10.5 hours, and I cut 1 extra level off of the grind this time, so that saves me some 5-10 minutes. $400 damage. That's nothing. That was so nothing. Why you target the main character? Hey man, that's not cool. Alright, this should actually kill Kale, which is real good. Not quite the final boss yet. Not quite the final boss yet. This is the boss before the final boss. So this should kill Kale, which is really nice to get rid of him. Now we just have to deal with the Gummy Giant, which is easier said than done. But he has way less health than Kale. He only has 1,400 or 14,000 max HP, and I've already done some, well, maybe 1,000 damage. 3,000. Oops. So yeah, 55 seems like you can do this at level 55. You actually start to have problems with your speed. Yeah, I may as well heal one. Yeah, you start to have problems with your speed where Kale starts to outspeed you, but it's not too bad. Okay. Okay, this is the attack I don't like to see from this guy, which is his only attack, actually. Because it does so much damage. It pretty much halves everyone. I'm actually gonna Sparkling Shield. About 2,000. Okay, about 1,000. Ooh, I am running out of mana. Wow, 4K. So he's only got about 2,000 health left. We should be able to survive one more gummy spread. And then we can finish him off. And there it is. The counterattack actually killed him. Unfortunately, my healer is dead, but, you know, don't worry. She'll be fine. So the interesting thing is you can actually go back and heal and save the game before the final boss. So we'll just go do that quickly and then go ahead and finish the game. I know we're supposed to hurry and all, but we're not going to do that. We're actually going to go back and, you know, prepare ourselves. Alright, here we go. Final boss, final boss, final boss. Oh yeah? I think the touch controls are actually pretty good in this game. Most of the movement is you can do with the D-pad and stuff. It's just the battles you have to use for touch controls for. I thought that was okay. I guess it depends on what you want to do with it. Alright. Final boss. I have no idea how much health this guy has. I've never been able to tell. Because for some reason, like, I've dealt more than the listed amount of HP this guy has, so I really have no idea how much HP this boss has. So I'm just gonna, really just gonna hope that it dies real quick, like. Oh yeah, so the robot goes berserk. But don't worry about that. He does some real crazy stuff. Pulls out some crazy drill tentacle things that he was apparently hiding the whole game. Would have been cool if I could have used those as an attack or something, but I guess not. Now check this stuff out. This is crazy. He basically rips his own head off to stop him from eating his friends. You know, good job. Good job, Bubba. You did it. Well, he exploded. Don't worry, he'll be okay. Well, maybe he'll be okay. He starts the next battle at 1 HP and is almost immediately murdered by the final boss. And it's not really worth it to revive him, so you know, whatever. Indeed. Alright, so here we go. Cute moth. Alright, so this boss can randomly change elements. So, it's completely unreliable as to what element this boss is. Oh, also it's going to try and do this attack where it aligns all of the planets into one specific line. When it does this, you get like this huge blast, alright? The key thing to note about this is that if it starts to align the planets and gets real close, but doesn't actually finish aligning the planets, you can actually finish the alignment of the planets and pull off the attack that the boss was trying to do, and it basically wastes all of the effort that the boss put into doing it, which is pretty good, in my opinion. I guess I may as well heal the robot. He's hugely likely to die, but it doesn't really matter. Oh no, not Briar Patch. Oh. Ooh! That ain't good, bro. Well, I mean, Sort of similar to Lavos, lived inside the sun forever and tried to eat its way out. Much like Lavos lived inside the earth and tried to eat its way out. Alright, 3k is not too bad. I guess we'll heal the robot. What is he? He looks like he's taking a dirt nap, but actually he's okay. Oh, he can't use items. Wow, that's actually really bad. But I can get some extra damage, I guess. It's funny to see him take part in the battle while laying on the ground. Okay, probably need to frog. Eat fondue. Who's he targeting it with? Or okay, I guess it's a multi-target spell. That was not that much damage. Ooh, he turned into dark. Okay, so this could either be really good or really bad. So he changed elements to dark type. So when he does this, it's both good and bad. It's bad because he's dark type and it's night. But it's good because now the main character... Oh, and it turned to day! So the main character can now deal a lot of damage to the boss because it's dark type now. Oh yeah, here we go. This is what I like to see. Check this damage out. That's a lot of damage. Okay, so you see what he tries to do here? Now let's see if I can get someone with a lot of mana. Not this guy. Damn it, I missed my timing. But if I can get to someone with a lot of mana, probably my wood mage. I'm just gonna go ahead and alright, for the fans, let's see if I can do this for the fans. Ooh, close. Close. I may as well do it because he always does items anyway. Oh right, I can't use items with this guy. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, check out this special attack. It only works the one time, so it screws over the boss's plan to do this. But it's like literally the planets align attack. But yeah, now the boss can't take advantage of this attack and has to wait for the planets to reset again. It only does about 2k damage, which is not very much, but it's still funny to see. No, I want to... yellow worm... money? Ah, yes. Glorious damage. Here we get that big damage again. So satisfying, man. Oh, glorious. Sometimes you just want to see quad 9s. Alright, where are we going with this? Yeah, it basically, and once the super attack finishes, it scatters the planets in random locations along the planetary grid, so like you can't take advantage of the same attack anymore. The hell is this? I've never seen this attack before. I'm not even joking. I mean, I literally have never seen that attack before. Interesting. It sucks some mana out and also some health, but doesn't actually do that much damage. He has no mana and can't attack. Well, that's not very useful. I'll just do this level 1 attack then. Got him. Actually, let me see where Fire Planet is. Oh, it's kind of rough. Okay, we're not gonna do that then. We're not gonna bother to align it. Ooh, here we go. One more big damage. One more big damage. This is going to cause the boss to change forms to its final form, where it doesn't really look like a moth anymore. It changes from a cute moth into a kind of a ugly moth thing, but oh well. Oh, now it's nighttime, which is unfortunate. I just cannot get the timing for that. Alright, so I'm hoping it's 3,500 health left on this particular form. Or 35,000 health, rather. I'm not entirely sure, but that's the hope anyway. Oh, he's going for it again. He's going for it. He's gonna try and align the planets again. It's great for me because it's a completely empty turn that is basically worthless, but I really don't know. I don't know about this boss's idea. What is that? Maybe plus 1,200? Alright, this guy's rock on the ground is not really that useful. Well, that didn't even do that much damage. 212, well, more than 0, I guess. Okay, this damage won't be nearly as big anymore because it's not daytime, but it still will be a nice little chunk of damage, probably around 4,000, maybe 5,000. Yeah, 4,200. Paradigm shift. I don't actually know what this is. Ooh, something that does damage, I would assume. Not as much damage as I thought it would do. Oops. Oops. God, why always go the wrong way? Yeah, red worm's probably good. Big crunch. Okay, this could actually be bad. That's a lot of damage. Okay, I guess. What is this? Oh, he's trying to do the line the planets thing, yeah. Nice mana pool. Yeah, I guess. I deal damage. I need to, at some point, actually revive the main character because it can't be good to leave her dead. I need to do some healing. I think I probably should stall until I can heal up, actually. Frog. I need my next turn of my healer. Okay. Oh, if it's only the one, that's okay. I don't know how he lived through that damage, actually, but... Okay. Oh my god, she has no MP. Oh, that's really bad. Well... Okay. I guess I'll just use a red frog, then. Not much else I can do. He cannot actually do anything. It's extremely difficult to judge what the timing is for his attacks, too, because he's dead on the ground. Also, his damage sucks. Okay. Frankly, at this point, I don't even care if he dies. He's really not useful to me at all. I really did not think that he would be so worthless, but he does, like, he doesn't do any damage, and I don't have the capability to use any items, so he's pretty worthless at this point. Alright, here we go. We can do some real damage here. This should be another quad 9s. Oh, he's dead. Wow, there you go. I win, I guess. I didn't expect that. Alright. Time is coming up then, I guess. Time is coming up when I clear the last text box that says yes, sir. And I'll say it when it is as well. And I guess if I have the time, we can watch the epilogue that shows what happens to the characters after the game. I don't know how much time I have. No time? Damn. I mean, I should be underestimate, but I don't know how much underestimate I am. Oh, oops. Wow, actually. Alright, so I still have to... I have to do a couple things here. Okay, I gotta talk to everyone. Oops, that's right, you gotta talk to him twice because he's too busy crying. Okay. And the robot... Alright, so remember, when I clear the text box, yes sir. That's when time is. Like, wait, no, come back. And then farewell. Really driving the point home there with this slow text box. Almost there. Almost there. Alright, here, it's coming up. It's coming up right here. And time. Alright, what was my time? How long did it take me to beat this game? $10:31. All right, that's a PB by 6 minutes, I think. All right, nice stuff. So I guess we're behind. So I guess we don't have time to watch the epilogue, but yeah. So stick around for Razor Flame Kun with, I believe it's Panel de Pawn, or 2 puzzle games, I believe. Probably gonna be some pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, Pokemon Puzzle League and Panel de Pawn Challenge. Yeah, that ought to be some pretty interesting stuff. So yeah, stick around for that. So just tell me when I'm not live anymore, and I'll cut my stream and get off.